Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the ISWA Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 6 of COP28. Could I please ask you to take your seats as this session is about to begin? Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Would you please welcome to the stage your host for this morning's session, Senior Advisor to the Ministry of Ecological Transition in France, Yves-Laurent Sapoval.
Extremely impressive scene and room here. I'm Yves-Laurent Sapoval. I'm with the French Ministry of Ecological Transition, and I'm co-chairing Global ABC. I'm happy to moderate this session. This beautiful event is just showing how since COP21 and the first Buildings Day at COP, the visibility of the building sector has grown. And your presence here gives a testimony of that and really makes the case for buildings. So we have 3 events in one. all around the same question. We have the launch of the buildings breakthrough. We have the launch of the relaunch or the launch of the sustainable wood use in construction. Sorry for that. Of FCLP. And we have the cement breakthrough. So I would advise here, there is 3 conditions to the success of this event: time, time, and time. So I'd like you to really stay into the timing we have. It's important for everybody. Now, applying this to me, I'm happy to call here Inger Andersen to give an opening keynote. Inger Andersen is the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme.
Good morning. Is it still morning? It actually is good afternoon. But let me start out by thanking France for a real leadership. This alliance was launched back in COP28 on the first building day that we had at a COP back those years ago. And now we have this really building breakthrough co-led by our friends from Morocco and France and coordinated by UNEP under the Alliance for Buildings and Construction, the global ABC. The goal is very simple: net zero and resilient buildings by 2030. And already 27 countries have joined. And I really celebrate each and every country that has signed up. I said yesterday in another event, we have fire codes in every country for how we construct our buildings. Why, oh why, do we not have efficiency and net zero codes? It is so self-evident. But what we need to do is, of course, ensuring that we think about how we are going to build, because number one, better design and reuse and recycling of materials is smart climate policy. We understand that renovation is 75% less emissions than new construction. So don't tear down the old, renovate it and be smart about it. So also prioritize renovations, reuse and repurposing and extensions over new builds. Secondly, let's make sure that we shift to ethically and bio-based materials where we can. And we just heard the previous speaker speak to timber, bamboo, biomass. That's 40% less of emissions by 2050 emissions in some places if we do it smartly, and increase the market share of alternative materials. Lean in on research and development. This can be done. And to the finance community, I say, make sure that you look at those materials because it's the longevity of the building as well as the carbon cost. 3, let's make sure that we improve building processes. We can shave off 7% of our CO2 emissions if we think about how we use the cement, and if we think about embodied iron and steel. We can decarbonize many of the formulas and processes for producing these products, and we can enforce, especially at global governmental level, green procurement, both on the protocol side and policies. And as I said, we can work with passive cooling. We can be smart about how we space and place our buildings, how we shade it, how we bring in trees and shading so that nature will do a couple of degrees and sometimes even more for us rather than our electricity. And this stuff is really also good for our economies. There are jobs in this business. The built environment produces 11 to 13% of the global GDP and 7% of the global employment. But inefficient buildings are just sitting there draining our economies as big costs and draining the bills of the owners because they're hitting higher energy demand and so on and so forth. And we understand that for every million we put into retrofits and efficiency, we're creating 9 to 30 jobs. And they are jobs that are important. The international cooperation is absolutely key, and that is why this breakthrough agenda is so important. I mentioned Morocco or France. I should mention Canada, who are really also those three countries stepping up and leading on the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership countries. That's really very important. The Global Buildings, the Buildings and Climate Global Forum is our next milestone. I hope that some of you will be able to be at the UNEP France coordinating Building and Climate Forum on the 7th and 8th of March in Paris. This is where we will dive a little deeper and understand a little bit more about the Buildings Breakthrough Priority Action Plan, which will be launched at that point. This will be a chance to convene the ministers in charge of buildings and housing and construction so that we really can reach for net zero buildings and resilient infrastructure. Look, we know what is the right thing to do. We all understand what it is like to go into an overheated building made of concrete and steel, essentially night storage heaters, sucking up all the rays of the sun from the day and at night releasing them back into the open air, into the open rooms. That's madness. Build with breeze, build with ease, build for smartness, build for net zero. Thank you.
Thank you, Inge, for this very inspiring keynote, and thanks to the United Nations Environment Programme for its constant support to the cause of buildings. I think Memouna Mocharif is not yet here, so I will call Ambassador Stéphane Crouzat, who's going to deliver France's speech. Thank you, Ambassador.
Merci, Laurent. Hello, everybody, and it's great to have a full house here for a wonderful event. Last year, there were 15 countries that were calling for a buildings breakthrough when we met at COP27, along France and Morocco were calling for this breakthrough. And now, we are now 28. I'm happy to say that the 28th arrived only 10 minutes ago, and that was Ghana. So thank you, Ghana. And those 28 represent 1/3 of the global population and over 1/2 of global GDP, with such countries as China, the US, Canada, and many, many others. So great momentum, great success, and great partners. This sector is one of the more useful and promising to invest in for the future, with cultural, economic, environmental, and social impact, and also dealing with adaptation and mitigation. France is deeply involved in international cooperation. We founded the Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction back at COP21, along with UNEP. We took the lead of the housing and construction track of the Surge initiative of UN Habitat for local authorities, and we called for this breakthrough with Morocco at COP27. And now, as Inge Anderson mentioned, in March, we will organize with UNEP a global forum for building and climate in Paris on the 7th and 8th of March, aimed at bringing together for the first time construction ministers at the global level, but also stakeholders, local authorities, NGOs, professionals, to be able to engage together on the best way forward. The characteristic of the building value chain is to be very fragmented between mutually dependent stakeholders. It's up to governments to set clear long-term objectives, but we also need financiers, developers, architects, material suppliers, industrialists, insurers, and of course, local authorities. Everyone needs the commitment of others to get involved. So by participating and supporting this breakthrough, you're really part of this incredible momentum that we're building. So in Paris, we will seek commitments that would enable the development of an entire virtual value chain by strengthening each of its links as well as the essential mutual trust between actors. So we sincerely hope that you will all join us, but save the date, 7th and 8th of March next year in Paris. Thank you very much.
Merci, Mr. Ambassador. I think that Memouna Mocharif couldn't make the, I don't see. My proposition is that we go for the family picture right now in order to save time. So we will have on stage the government's representative and the initiative supporting the buildings breakthrough for a family picture. Please step on stage. All governments representatives and initiatives supporting WBCSD, WGBC, World Business Council for, yes, World Green Building Council, IFC, International Finance Corporation. Okay, so I will. Yeah. So as you see, Armenia, Austria, Canada, China, Egypt, Ethiopia, Finland, France, Germany, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Japan, Jordan, Kenya, Liberia, Mauritania, Mongolia, Morocco, Netherlands, Norway, Senegal, Sweden, Tunisia, Turkey, United Kingdom, United States of America, Zambia, and now Ghana are all part of it. Okay, so So you see here on the screen all the initiatives and all the partners of this Buildings Breakthrough. It's our proudness to have you all here. Diane?
Hello, everyone.
While you take your seat, I'm going to introduce you to Diane Holdorf from the WBCSD, who's going to be moderating our next session on the Buildings Breakthrough. Diane, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Yves Laurent. Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Diane Holdorf, Executive Vice President at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. WBCSD is an incredibly proud partner in the FCLP, and especially now in the Building Breakthrough agenda. I'm very pleased to invite our next group of speakers to share their very exciting announcements with us. I'm going to invite our speakers back on stage. I ask that you hold your applause until we have everyone up here, and then we will welcome them. While they are coming, please do ensure that you have a translation headset with you, as we do have a speaker who will be speaking not in English. With that, I'd like to please welcome Minister Zhang Wenrong, Vice Minister, Ministry of Housing, Urban, and Rural Development of China. Welcome. Dr. Vera, thank you. In the interest of time, just please hold until we have everyone up here. Dr. Vera Rodenhoff, Deputy Director General, International Climate Action, International Energy Transition, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action for Germany. Mr. Ditte Juel Jorgensen, Director General, DG ENER, European Commission. Dr. Ibrahim Abdelkalech, Assistant Minister for Technical Affairs, Ministry of Housing, Utilities, and Urban Commissions for Egypt. Mr. Ali Zaidi, Assistant to the President and National Climate Advisor of the USA. Mr. Benoit Benzon, CEO, Saint-Gobain. Dame Jo da Silva, Global Sustainable Development Director for ARUP, and Mr. Jamie Ferguson, Global Director of Climate Business at IFC for the World Bank. A warm welcome now, please, to all of our speakers.
I'm glad to announce that Memouna Mocharif arrived and that she will be able to deliver her speech. So please welcome Memouna Mocharif, Executive Director of UN Habitat, to the stage.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, my colleagues, Inga. I'm so sorry that I have to rush from the one room to another room and I have to delay your panel. Apology. I've tried my very level best to be here on time, but we just concluded the second ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change next door. And the meeting was a testament to the collaborative, inclusive, and ambitious multi-level climate action commitment by the COP28 presidency, the member states present at the meeting, and by the wide range of stakeholders. All are committed to achieving the target of Paris Agreement. This COP also saw the first ever sub-national leaders summit with attendees of more than 60 countries, including more than 250 mayors and governors. I was pleased to co-chair the preparatory process. The local Climate Action Summit launched the Coalition of High Ambition Multi-Level Partnership, called CHAM, a pledge endorsed by 64 so far national governments to enhance consultation and collaboration of national government with local and regional leaders in the planning and monitoring of future nationally determined contribution, or NDCs, and other climate plans and strategies. Today, on the multi-level action, urbanization, and built environment, I am encouraged by the strong showing of further urban and local stakeholders which contribute to sustainable urbanization. The building and construction sector significantly contribute to the greenhouse gas emission. Almost 1/4 of emission can be attributed to it. What is more, the way we build our cities now will determine the future emissions. Housing and buildings are also at the core of resilience. The building breakthrough needs to spur innovation, accelerate the transition to regenerative material, needs to go hand in hand with energy transition to ensure that the sector is decarbonized along with life cycle and increasingly resilient to natural disaster. UN Habitats look forward to working closely towards the Building and Climate Global Forum from 7 to the 8th of March next year in Paris. We are committed to bridging our broader sustainable urbanization expertise to the table. We are encouraged by France's commitment to the Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generation, or SURGE initiative, which was launched at the COP27 last year. So the CHAM is surging. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. We're so glad you're able to make it and share that with us. It's such great news. The momentum is so clear. And I'm so proud now to share the moment with these leaders to speak to the ambitious actions that are taking place in these countries and companies to give us the level of aspiration for what we can all achieve together. We do have an ambitious time agenda, so with permission, I will manage to 2 minutes each for our speakers. With that, I would like to please welcome first Minister Zhang Wanrong to share the information about China's work on both the resilience, adaptation, and action. Thank you.
女士们、先生们，大家下午好。2020年9月，中国国家主席习近平代表中国政府庄严承诺，力争到2030年前实现碳达峰，2060年前实现碳中和。建筑领域是实施节能降碳的重要领域。为了践行建筑领域节能降碳的承诺，中国政府制定实施了城乡建设领域碳达峰的实施方案，坚持生态优先、节约优先、保护优先，加快转变城乡建设方式，提升绿色低碳发展质量。在发展绿色低碳建筑方面，我们提出要在提升城镇新建建筑节能降碳水平，推进城镇既有建筑能效提升，加强建筑运行阶段节能管理，强化公共建筑节能措施执行，推动建筑用能结构低碳转型，推进绿色低碳建造等方面下更大的功夫，力争把建筑能耗和碳排放逐步降下来。总体看，中国建筑领域碳达峰和碳中和工作取得了较好的进展，目前已经形成了由80余本标准构成的建筑节能标准体系，全国建筑节能建筑的占比超过了60%，人居环境持续改善。我们将进一步加强国际合作，在推动建筑节能降碳方面继续贡献中国的智慧、中国的方案。谢谢大家。
Thank you very much, Minister. Deeply appreciate it. Now I'd love to hear from Dr. Vera Rodenhoff, please, from Germany, with the exciting ambition. You may stay seated if you'd prefer. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think it's working. So thank you very much, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, for inviting us to this forum. I would also like to congratulate France and the Kingdom of Morocco for this splendid initiative. The building sector is key. We've heard in the speeches why that is so we have to address it to stay below 1.5. For Germany, it's an honor to share our engagement here. And one of the questions was, what do we expect from this building breakthrough? So we are part of all the other breakthroughs as well, and we are part of many initiatives that have seen and are taking account of the importance of buildings. We're glad to see that the Global ABC is actually coordinating the building breakthrough. We hope the building breakthrough will work with all the initiatives in the space, including, for example, the program of energy efficiency in buildings, which we've been a strong supporter, like the Global ABC, from the beginning. And we would like to see this initiative grow to scale and elevate the whole building area, the built environment. We would like to also see strong coordination with the cement breakthrough and the steel breakthrough, which we are co-chairing together with the UK. And both materials obviously play a significant role to achieve net zero and resilient buildings. Our expectation would also be that the approach is inclusive and holistic, taking into account the environment, climate, and energy nexus, and inclusive in a way that also subnational level and communities are included. It is a fundamental platform for international cooperation, and so it can act as a multiplier and catalyst in the 5 priority areas. For us, we also would like to focus especially on the area of building materials, which is very exciting. We've heard about it from Inga Anderson, and we feel there should be more attention to this area. This is also why Germany is, for example, launching in its international climate initiative, thematic call, which was launched yesterday, a funding for particular this area of building materials with 20 million euros. So I could say much more, but I'll stop here, and we look forward to working with all the members and every one of you on making this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the builds on what we've heard from the Vice Minister, the ambition, the expectation for collaboration, and the focus on materials. I'd love to now have the additional builds from Ms. Didi Jørgensen from the European Commission.
Thank you very much. Merci à la France, merci au Maroc to have launched this initiative. Thank you for inviting me to join in on behalf of the European Commission. It is an honor to be here to launch this important initiative, Buildings Breakthrough. Now, we have heard how significant a share buildings represent in our greenhouse gas emissions, in our global heating, and in our energy consumption. And so it's absolutely clear that in order to stay on track for our Paris commitment, in order to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, we need to act on our built environment. And on top of that, we know what it is we need to do. We know that we can design buildings better, we can build them better, we can use greener and cleaner materials, we know we can heat them better, we can cool them better, we can secure access for all buildings, all houses, to energy via more renewable energy. And so today's initiatives, today's launch is a necessary contribution to our work to mitigate climate change and mitigate emissions, and is completely aligned with the global pledge for a tripling of renewables, doubling of energy efficiency that has been launched here at COP28 with the support of 124 countries now. In order to arrive at that doubling of energy efficiency, in order to respect our 1.5 degrees as agreed in Paris, this initiative really is part of it. For us in the European Union, it's reflected in the way we approach buildings and the way we support both new buildings and building renovation, and it will be reflected in the way we engage with partners, including in our support and financial schemes, also here at COP28. So once again, thank you very much to France and Morocco, and we look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jørgensen, for also demonstrating how this connects into the exciting announcements with the tripling renewables, 134 countries. That's so exciting. The beauty of collaboration is that we can work these things together. Dr. Abdelkhalak, we'd love to hear now the examples from Egypt.
So good morning, everybody. First of all, we'd like to thank and congratulate France and Morocco for launching this initiative, and actually this initiative is very important. We came from another session regarding urbanization and the climate change, and the launching of Surge initiative, which have been done during COP27. Surge initiative have 5 dimensions. The first 2 dimensions much related to this initiative. So it's relating, the first one relating to building, and second one for energy efficiency. So again, it's a kind of a very important initiative. So for Egypt, it's quite a challenge because building in Egypt is very challenging in terms of how to make a balance between housing demand and the climate resilience, because Egypt, every year we need about 300,000 units per year. And in addition, we have more than 500,000 informal areas. So the challenge is how to make a balance between the 2 issues. So as part of Surge initiative, the Egyptian government established a national council for green housing and urbanism, and part of its responsibility is to draw a roadmap for converting housing gradually to be more resilient and energy efficient. But again, we need to look at the national and local level as well. So how to localize this national level into a local action. So now we are working in a number of small projects. A kind of a demonstration case is how to implement the national strategy or the national action into a number of local actions. So during the last 6 or 7 years, the Egyptian government itself built more than 1.5 million units. Part of them recently become green, but our ambition to increase this amount. Thank you.
Thank you so much. After the incredibly important momentum from COP27 under the Egyptian presidency, it's so exciting to hear the continued developments and expectations for how this partnership will further support that. Mr. Zaidi, I'd like to welcome you in now to share the expectations and opportunities from the U.S.
Grateful to join everybody here and so enthusiastic on behalf of the United States to be in partnership on such an important topic. This is the place we live, where we worship, where we work, where we play, buildings and the transformation that we, I think, will be able to bring about in the coming decade and beyond will be a visible difference in the lives of so many people. Not just an opportunity to cut our emissions, but really to improve quality of life, indoor air quality, lower utility bills. This is the opportunity we have to deliver for our citizens. In the United States, thing number one has been a focus on building codes. And when we think about building codes, we think about mitigation and resilience, about new buildings and existing ones. And we're working, like many of you, across jurisdictional levels, providing grants through the President's infrastructure law to state and local governments to level up their capability to design standards, implement, and enforce them, because codes are only as good as the enforcement that follows. The second big thing for us is making sure that we are advancing cleaner cooling and heating. For the first time in the United States of America, electricity-based heating is outpacing fossil-based heating in the construction of new building stock. But we've got to continue to accelerate on this trend. And we know that what that does actually is creates a bunch of demand for manufacturing. That's why the President, through the Inflation Reduction Act, is not only providing tax credits for the deployment of this, but has used his authorities in the Defense Production Act to expand the manufacturing of technologies like heat pumps. This can be an opportunity not just for deployment, but for manufacturing jobs in countries the world over. Clean energy. We talk about the tripling of renewables, but one big part of that is not just renewables in those vast areas, the hundreds of megawatts of utility scale, but renewables deployed on site. And to do that, we need differentiated policy that recognizes the value of generating electrons close to where the load is. That reduces some of the need for transmission and grid and so on. The last thing I'll say is that this transformation needs to be worker-centered, people-centered, community-centered. It has to focus on making sure that we're driving outcomes on justice and worker empowerment. That's core to the Biden approach to buildings.
Thank you so much. And thank you for picking up on one of the key points mentioned by others. This has to be focused with people at the center as well, with the strong policy and investment. Thank you to all of the government leaders we have here on stage for the country partnership. We now turn to the non-state actors. We have businesses up here who have committed to halving their emissions in the built environment by 2030. There's significant investment represented up here. Mr. Bonzon, let us hear from you first at Saint-Gobain, what you have as expectations on scaling action and the work to be done together.
Thank you. My main message is that the solutions, the technical solutions do exist. We are the worldwide leader in light and sustainable construction. We manufacture globally building materials in 75 countries, 50 billion euros. And the technical solutions do exist, bringing sustainability for the planet and well-being for the people. What are they? It's light construction, new ways of construction, where you can divide by 2 times the amount of CO2, the weight of materials. That's for new build. You can have a lot on renovation, retrofit of buildings, energy efficiency renovation. You can divide by 5 times the energy spent in a building. And third, circular economy for building materials. So all those solutions do exist. We provide to the market low carbon glass, low carbon plasterboard. We have additives to decarbonate concrete. So all those solutions do exist. We need to scale up. We need to accelerate. And what's needed for us is clearly regulations to give us the framework, to give us the scale and the speed to bring those solutions to the planet. They exist. I'm very confident and very convinced that innovation, drive from the corporate sector can do a lot for construction and, as you said, for the planet and for the people.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that leadership from Saint-Gobain and for talking about the innovation that exists and is ready to be scaled. Dame Jo da Silva, let me turn to you now for the opportunities and expectations for scale from Arup.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and we welcome very much this buildings breakthrough. Transformation in the industry is only possible with collaboration across what's a very fragmented value chain within the industry, but also collaboration with national and subnational governments. Arup is a planning and design and engineering consultancy, and we work across the world. And one of the biggest challenges we face is driving change when the rules are different in every jurisdiction. We recognize that we need to transition to energy efficient buildings, but we also recognize that a big part of the problem is the embodied energy associated with the materials in those buildings. We know that in Europe, Asia, and the US, better utilization of existing buildings, retrofitting at scale, energy efficiency are the keys to success. But we also recognize that 80% of the buildings that are needed in Africa over the next 2 decades have yet to be built. And the opportunity that offers for innovation and industrialized construction, which are also keys to achieving efficiency in the sector. We aligned with the 2030 breakthrough outcome to halve emissions by 2030, and at COP26 announced that we were going to measure the whole life carbon of the buildings portfolio that we design, and that's about 1,000 buildings a year. That's given us incredible insights into what contributes to the carbon in buildings. But at the same time, collaborating with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, we've just published a report after some research that shows there's no globally accepted definition of what a net zero building is. We've been able to do what we can individually, but we need to collaborate with others in order to create the change. We're working very closely with Saint-Gobain and others on the market transformation, but desperately need governments to step up. Some have already done this in terms of policy and regulation to create a level playing field that will enable us as businesses to collaborate rather than compete and create the market for the future.
Thank you, Dame da Silva, for bringing up the embodied carbon opportunity as well as the operational decarbonization work that we're all driving towards in partnership. Last word, please, over to you. We'd love to hear from the IFC, Mr. Ferguson, on the actions and the opportunities expected.
Thank you, and thank you to the governments of France and Morocco and Global ABC and UNEP, and congratulations to all of the signatories of the Buildings Breakthrough. IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank Group, is the largest multilateral development bank focused solely on the private sector. And we're delighted to offer our EDGE Green Building Certification and Building Resilience Index, the connected capacity building we offer, and importantly, the financing we provide in support of breakthrough signatories. According to a recent IFC report, the green construction transition represents a 1.5 trillion investment opportunity in emerging markets over the next decade. IFC launched the EDGE program in 2015. It's a free software, a green building standard, and an international green building certification system. It requires reductions in operating energy and water, as well as reductions in embodied carbon in construction. We have versions for every part of the market: houses, warehouses, offices, new build, self-build, and refurbishment. We've supported its uptake across emerging markets with capacity building and backed this up with the all-important finance to developers and bankers that support the sector, including blended finance to de-risk green mortgage lending for banks entering the market for the first time. Its uptake has been exponential, and its impact has been systemic. In the last 7 years, IFC has financed 12 billion in certified buildings, and a further 65 billion of certified buildings have been constructed across 96 different countries. In 2020, we launched the Building Resilience Index, which we hope will drive building resilience across the emerging markets in the same way that EDGE has driven green buildings. Every $1 invested in climate resilience can save 4 in recovery costs. We stand ready to support the adoption of EDGE and BRI in emerging market countries signing up to the breakthrough and look forward to collaborating with you.
The ambition, the action, the high expectations from these speakers today show the power of collaboration and what we'll be able to achieve through this Global Buildings and Construction Alliance breakthrough agenda. We look forward to seeing the next steps when we're all together again in March in Paris. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Diane. Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you all for your speeches and encouragements. We have work to do. Lots have been done. Lot is still to be done. In March this year, a group of ministers in the One Forest Summit in Gabon agreed to create an intergovernmental coalition and to enhance the use of wood and bio-based materials in construction. It is now the FCLP Greening Construction with Sustainable Wood initiative, and I'm happy to call here to moderate the second part of our event, Peter Graham from FCLP. Peter?
Welcome, everybody. And in the interest of time, I'm going to invite my panelists up to the stage, if I could. Please, Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Ms. Rosalinda Soipan-Tuya, Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry of Kenya, Minister Franz Tattenbach, Minister of Environment and Energy of Costa Rica, is walking at this moment to the room, so we will manage our time here. And then Mr. Mark Wishney, Chief Sustainability Officer for BTG Pactual Timberland Investment Group. Please, Mark, join us on stage. So, merci beaucoup à tous. Merci beaucoup, Yves Laurent. Thank you very much. I'm going to provide, shortly, to allow Mr. Tattenbach to arrive, some context setting. So, Yves Laurent kindly noted the origins as it relates to the buildings breakthrough, and congratulations to you all. So, we are essentially a child or a cousin of the buildings breakthrough. A year ago, the Forest and Climate Land Leaders Partnership was launched in Sharm el-Sheikh, COP27. And it is, the aim of this is to provide accelerating global progress in meeting the goals of the Glasgow Declaration on Forest and Land Use, which aims to halt and reverse forest cover loss and degradation while delivering sustainable development and promoting the inclusion of rural development. One of the action areas, there are 6 action areas that were agreed by the original 27 and now 37 members of the FCLP. One of those was to work on international collaboration on the sustainable land use economy and supply chains. And this, thanks to the leadership, initial leadership of France, Gabon, Canada, and Kenya, we have made significant progress under this partnership. And as Yves Laurent noted, there has been growing political interest beyond this partnership through the interest in the construction sector and building sector from the event in Gabon earlier this year, but also I'll refer back to the World Forestry Congress in South Korea a number of years ago, where there was a similar expression of interest from ministers. And so, Cabinet Secretary Tuya, without further ado, I would be very interested in, to hear about the progress that we've made so far. So if you would like to take the podium, please go ahead. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this coalition of 16 countries under the auspices of the Forest and Climate Leaders, FCLP, is making a collective statement of ambition that complements the buildings breakthrough by advancing actions that will contribute to reducing emissions from the buildings and construction sector, while also contributing to the goal of halting and reversing deforestation and land degradation. The coalition members have identified priority actions from public policy and regulatory frameworks to technical assistance, finance, and engaging societies, and will be working with partner organizations to deliver results. Private sector companies are key actors in developing sustainable, circular bioeconomies, able to lead and catalyze change through investment, innovation, and public-private partnerships. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the coalition of 17 FCLP member countries, it gives me great honor to read the following statement of ambition. And this is how it goes. Recognizing that wood from sustainably managed forests provides climate solutions within the construction sectors, we commit to, by 2030, advancing policies and approaches that support low-carbon construction and increase the use of wood from sustainably managed forests in the built environment. Such policies and approaches will result in reduced greenhouse gas emissions and increase in stored carbon. In support of the above aspirations, Kenya, on its part, is investing in transformative actions to halt and reverse deforestation and land degradation through REDD+ and our 15 billion tree growing program. Specifically, to achieve this and scale up sustainable forest and wood production, Kenya is, one, improving efficiency and effectiveness in the management of the public forest plantation areas through responsive policy framework to catalyze investments in the entire value chain, underpinning supply and adoption of sustainable wood in construction. And number two, by strengthening linkage and partnership to ensure whole of government, whole of society approach is used. At this juncture, let me appreciate and welcome the opportunity to co-lead with Canada and France on this specific FCLP agenda. Lastly, I wish to congratulate all the FCLP members and all our partners on this very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, and congratulations. And I'll note that some of the endorsements to the statement came in just yesterday, so thank you again to Germany for joining this, and I expect that this will grow as we move forward. And I would like to personally introduce Minister from Costa Rica, the Minister of Environment and Energy, the Honorable Franz Tattenbach. So welcome to the stage, Minister. So as a member, Mr. Tattenbach, of this new initiative, perhaps you can highlight some of the specific actions that you foresee or that the coalition is going to be engaging in, and what this means to Costa Rica, to you, and potentially to the region. So I invite you either to speak from the floor or from the podium as you wish.
For us, it's a big honor to be joining this important event in the framework of the FCLP, or the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership. We think that we all know very well the important challenges that the world faces in controlling forest loss and deforestation and degradation. So we can and must do better, striving to accelerate the transition needed to reach our goal of rapid and deep emission reduction. So what Costa Rica sees here is a great opportunity. Costa Rica did it already. We have stopped forest loss, and we think it's a great opportunity that the world comes together with this leadership within the FCLP to tackle down this big problem. Forests, often referred as the lungs of our planet, play a crucial role in absorbing carbon dioxide, providing habitat for biodiversity, and sustaining the livelihoods of millions of people. With the urgency that this COP demands, we must discuss the pivotal role of sustainable forest management as a formidable tool against climate change. That is why, as a nation, we joined the FCLP a year ago. So I am very pleased to see a concrete, actionable result on these efforts through this innovative initiative called the Greening Construction with Sustainable Wood Coalition. Deforestation jeopardizes delicate balance in our ecosystem, exacerbates challenges posed by climate change. However, a solution within our reach, the sustainable use of resources, wood resources. According to 2022 FAO report, the state of the world's forest, the global consumption of natural resources, including biomass, minerals, and fossil fuels, is projected to double by 2060. 190 billion tons compared to 2017, 92 billion tons. Through the use of renewable materials such as wood, the construction industry can contribute to decarbonize the world. So I think this is a great opportunity. And for every kilogram of carbon in wood used for construction, 0.9 kilograms of emissions can be offset. This is a big number once you do the multiplications. This fact underscores the opportunity for reducing the carbon footprint of the sector. Our commitment to responsible consumption spans several industries, from construction to furniture, and entails ensuring that wood-derived products originate from sources that do not contribute to deforestation. In the FCLP, we understand sustainable wood as deforestation-free wood, which is integrated into our circular economy through sustainable forest management and use, serving as an ally in fighting land use change, and it's associated with greenhouse gas emissions, reducing them, averting land degradation and poverty in both urban areas and forests itself. Choosing deforestation-free wood means choosing a sustainable and ethical future. Deforestation-free wood can be incorporated into innovative building materials, fostering bioeconomy linked to sustainable forests. This is not only provides economic opportunities, but it also contributes to a circular and regenerative system that actively sequesters carbon, acting as a barrier against climate change. The Greening Construction with Sustainable Wood Coalition also serves as a roadmap for the various scenarios that must study, develop, and transfer between countries based on the circular economy, concrete commitments, and strategies that addresses the specific needs of countries and sectors. Examples include establishing and embracing new public policies, facilitating access to knowledge, fostering systematic collaboration, securing project financing, and enhanced actions, and involving diverse societies to promote a new culture of using sustainable biomaterials like wood. The responsible use of wood from sustainable forests is not merely a choice. It is a necessity of our battle against climate change. By championing deforestation-free wood and embracing the bioeconomy, we pave the way to a sustainable future that harmonizes economic prosperity with environmental stewardship. We can be the architects of change by supporting projects such as the Greening Construction with Sustainable Wood Coalition. May we leave a legacy of resilience, responsibility, and a preserved planet for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Tottenbach. That is, you described an ambitious agenda, a broad range of actions that need to be taken, could be taken in this area. You also noted the word ally and partnerships, which brings me to the role of the private sector. And so, to Mark Wishney, BTG Pactual Timberland Investment Group is one of the world's largest institutional timberland investment managers, with, I believe, 1.2 million hectares of sustainably managed timberland across the Americas. So my question to you is, What is your reaction to this government-led initiative? And how do you see the private sector, and potentially your company specifically, being part of this as it moves forward to advance this valuable agenda? Over to you, Mark.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. And it's a privilege to be here with Cabinet Secretary Tuya and Minister Tottenbach, and to be a participant in this event to highlight the role of forests in decarbonizing the built environment. I would also like to congratulate the FCLP for its leadership on the Greening Construction with Sustainable Wood initiative, as well as its broader efforts to accelerate global progress to halt and reverse forest loss and degradation by 2030. As the world has come to recognize the fundamental role of nature in addressing both the climate and biodiversity crises, attention has turned to the critically important questions of how rapid, large-scale protection, restoration, and sustainable management of nature, and particularly forests, can be achieved, how it can be financed, and how such a large and rapid transformation can be accomplished in an equitable and inclusive manner. Increased use of wood in construction offers not just a means to decarbonize the built environment and transform our cities into carbon sinks, but also an opportunity to strengthen safeguards in the trade of sustainably produced forest products, direct more finance to sustainable landscape management and to rural and indigenous communities, and to incentivize reforestation and forest restoration. But if we're to realize this potential, we need to mobilize action across sectors. National and subnational governments have an important role to play in establishing and enforcing policies that safeguard intact forests, that ensure sustainable management, and build confidence among end users that wood is a sound and responsible material choice. Multilateral and development institutions have an important role to play in providing financial instruments that match the long development cycles of forest projects, ensuring access to finance by rural communities, and supporting public-private partnerships, blended finance offerings, and other tools that can de-risk and help unlock private capital. Private investors have to step up and invest in value chains that support sustainable forest management and increase production of renewable biomaterials while upholding the highest standards of inclusion and responsible investment. And the commercial forest sector has to lead on environmental sustainability and social impact and demonstrate that it can responsibly contribute to a nature and climate positive future. Our forests, for our forests, our cities, and for the emerging circular bioeconomy. And indeed, this is one of our primary objectives at the BTG Pactual Timberland Investment Group. Rural communities have a critical role to play in the management of their resources and guiding the sustainable development of their economies. I think it's important to highlight and to keep in mind, as the CEO Sanjovan said earlier in regards to the construction sector, that we have the technologies, the products, the management systems that we need to deliver on this sustainable future, and we can deploy them now. We have powerful examples around the world of place-based, climate and nature-positive construction value chains in Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Americas. Our challenge now is to accelerate, to expand, to deliver on their promise. And I welcome this new initiative as a tangible sign of progress and look forward to working together with the FCLP to deliver on this potential over the next decade.
Thank you very much. Clearly, there are mutual public-private interests in moving this agenda forward. There are opportunities and definitely needs to do so. And hopefully this bodes well for rapid development once we figure out how to work well together. In the interest of time, looking at what we have left, I'm going to simplify the question I was going to pose to all three of you to allow an opportunity to add to what you've said, but reflect on what your fellow panelists have said and perhaps from what you heard from the previous session on the buildings breakthrough. What does this initiative, what does this movement mean for you in Kenya? How does it align with policies, your ambitions of your government and the people? Same for Costa Rica. And for you, Mark, for your company, how does this potentially allow you to do more good in the world, essentially, and to follow this through? So we have about 1 minute each, if I may. Cabinet Secretary Tuya, please.
Thank you very much. I will start by saying that the levels of deforestation and degradation that we have in my country, Kenya, for example, and looking at that against how much the forestry sector is contributing to the emissions. My government has come up with a program to grow 15 billion trees in the next 10 years. And it is intended to speak to a number of aspects of our economy. Beside restoring degraded ecosystems in the country, we are also looking at how much this degradation is caused by the wood deficit we have in our market. And because of the wood deficit, then we have the market being fed by unsustainable activities like illegal logging. We also see this degradation being brought about by the unsustainable reliance on the forestry sector for domestic fuel needs of the populations in Kenya. So this is really some of the gaps that we intend to bridge with our 15 billion tree growing program. But most importantly, from the discussions here, and it's good to have the private sector seated here, we want to create an enabling environment for investment in the area of greening infrastructure through our program. And our policies are speaking to that in the bigger scope of commercial forestry. So for me, I see a huge opportunity to phase out unsustainable use of our ecosystems, as well as speak to our job creation needs, our GDP needs as a country through the greening infrastructure space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Minister Totten.
I think from my perspective of Costa Rica, what this brings is two things different. One is opportunity. Costa Rica has managed its forest and has contained to zero deforestation, has a vibrant forestry sector. So, of course, there's an opportunity there. It's an opportunity to bring, even to our own nation, the idea that wood is my colleague here on the table, Mark Wishney, mentioned, we need to teach the world that using wood, when it is sustainably sourced, is the way to go. I mean, it has many benefits. So that is an opportunity for the country on itself because of our forest resources and the developed and the level of development that the sector has achieved. And it will deepen it. And that's one. But hope also between and now I'm talking more like FCLP, the forest and climate partnership makes a lot of hope that we're building this alliance with the green construction, because we think that there is a tremendous hope in that, in accelerating action. We hear a lot that there is a lack of ambition. Yes, there is a lack of ambition, but there is lack of ambition in action, where we're laggards in the implementation, and we are desperate. Costa Rica has done everything it can to lower its emissions, and we are way below, maybe 1/3 of the world average, and still decarbonize in many sectors. But equally bad, if we go about 1.5 degrees centigrade, the climate change is going to hit us. So we are participating in the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, particularly because we think we can accelerate deeply how quickly we get to 1.5. Getting to 1.5, forests have a role to get us there, especially quick action in forests has a role of getting us there. So it is opportunity for the country and hope for the world and for Costa Rica that we might get to 1.5. That's what I see here.
And briefly, Mark, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief, but I think it's worth noting that the value of initiatives like the FCLP is not just, of course, that they mobilize action among national governments, but also that ambition helps to mobilize action among sectors and among other segments of society. So maybe I would just respond with an example from our own work. We recently announced a new initiative, a new investment strategy in Latin America focused on reforestation and restoration and manufacturing of long-lived wood products. We're seeking to mobilize $1 billion into this new strategy. At the Major Economies Forum in April of this year, President Biden announced the U.S. Development Finance Corporation is seeking to make a loan of $50 million to support this work. And we have a key collaborator on this strategy, Conservation International, one of the global environmental organizations, serves as impact advisor to help us achieve our ambitious social and environmental impact goals alongside our climate goals. So I think that this kind of collaboration between governments, development finance institutions, the private sector, and civil society are really going to be necessary for us to achieve a transformation that not just achieves our climate goals, but does so in an equitable and just way.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank all of you. I want to reflect that you provided significant information as well as a vision of progress and actual real tangible progress in many of your countries. And I see this together as an opportunity for delivering win-win solutions for both the construction sector and for the forests and for the people who rely on all of this. And we look forward to hearing more about this at the FCLP session in this same room on December 9th on Nature Day at COP29. So with that, I would like you to join us in thanking my panelists here, Cabinet Secretary Tuya, Minister Tattenbach. Mark, thank you so much, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day in the session.
Thank you, Peter, for this excellent moderation. So we are approaching the third part of our event and the launch of the cement breakthrough. Before that, I would like to thank the UAE presidency, especially for providing us this incredible space and attendance and those incredible technical means to showcase for buildings. We are very happy of that, and I think it's really a breakthrough as such for us buildings people. So what would be buildings without cement and without concrete? It is now time to aim for decarbonizing this sector too. It's a hard-to-abate sector. I'm happy to call on stage Minister François-Philippe Champagne from Canada to give us his thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a pleasure to be here with all of you. Bonjour tout le monde. It's a real pleasure. Allow me first to just thank our host, His Excellency Al-Suadi. Thank you for being with us and being a leader in what we're going to be talking today. Je voudrais reconnaître aussi Thomas Guilliot, which is the Global Cement and Concrete Association President, and my new friend, Fernando Gonzalez, which is with us, which is the President of the Global Cement Association. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have the opportunity to change the world. And I think when it comes to cement, let's remember that cement and concrete, the sector in itself represents about roughly 10% of total global GHG emission. So just think for a moment about the potential to change the world as we are gathered here in Dubai and looking at what's coming up next. I think 10% of global GHG emission, that is probably the most important. I'm a bit biased, you would say, but this is probably one of the most important breakthrough that we can do for humanity. And obviously, it's a pleasure for me to speak to you today about one important step that we're going to be taking on our journey to a net zero economy. As we all know, concrete is the most commonly used construction material in the world. It is both essential for global infrastructure, but it's also essential, I would put it to you, dear friends, to our global economy. The world cement and concrete products market is currently valued, imagine, at more than $450 billion US, and it's with the world's growing population, the demand for concrete will only increase in the years to come. We also know that concrete is creating an environmental challenge, so the need to act now, to be bold and to be effective in our action could not be clearer to me, and obviously the people who have gathered to put this breakthrough together. Indeed, cement and concrete industry has one of the largest carbon footprint of any sector that you can find in the industry. And it's accounting for more than 1/4 of all carbon emissions, industrial carbon emission. So as you can imagine, to meet our climate goals here that we have set for ourselves, we will need to come together as industry, as people, and obviously as government. A great example of that partnership is what we've done in Canada with one of the leading producers of cement called Heidelberg Materials. We are working with Heidelberg to set up a full-scale carbon capture system at its Edmonton plant in Alberta in Canada. The project will be the first of its kind in North America, and will set a global standard for emission reductions in the cement sector of 1 megaton per year. And I can say, my dear friends, you're all welcome to come visit us, whether it's summer or winter in Edmonton, to see that plant that will be a showcase to the world. Alors, j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer qu'avec les Émirats Arabes Unis, le Canada va co-diriger la nouvelle initiative and the concrete breakthrough. So what I was saying, it's a real pleasure that Canada has been tasked to co-chair the new cement and concrete breakthrough initiative with our friends from the United Arab Emirates. This international initiative will bring like-minded countries and industry together to share best practices, as we need to share with a number of jurisdictions that may not have the incentives for these plants to be first of their kind, to make sure that we have regulations, and to make sure that we take other measures to decarbonize the cement and concrete sector. I invite all of you to talk to your national governments and leaders to ask them to join this great initiative. I can tell you that I wanted to give you the number, but my officials told me people are signing as I'm speaking. So it's difficult for me to tell you how many countries have signed, but I can tell you the level of enthusiasm is high. And we had people at the start from the UK, the UAE, Germany, Ireland, and Japan were early adopters and early participants. But I think this is a breakthrough that every nation should be signing because of the potential that it has to really change the course of what we're seeing in the industry. It will also encourage the adoption of innovative technologies as well as action and policy towards reducing emission. And yesterday we were with a group of CEOs and we said we need to share best practices. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's share policies, let's share best practices, and let's make sure that these plans that we are going to be doing are going to be helpful for others to follow suit. And finally, it will showcase new investments in decarbonization, like the one we're supporting in Edmonton at the Heidelberg facility that will allow us to achieve net zero. My dear friend, to innovation and collaboration, I'm convinced that we can reach our goal of a global net zero cement and concrete sector by 2050. In so doing, our legacy won't just be roads and sidewalks or buildings, but our legacy will be a world in which our children and our grandchildren will enjoy cleaner and a livable climate. So I would say to you all, let's seize the moment, let's be ambitious, and let's turn this goal into a reality we can all be proud of. With that, my dear friends and ladies and gentlemen, I'll invite His Excellency, the Undersecretary from the United Arab Emirates, to come and address this plenary. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Champagne, distinguished guests. We are extremely proud to co-chair this breakthrough initiative with Canada, underscoring the UAE's unwavering commitment to achieving a net zero future. Cement and concrete are versatile materials that have facilitated the construction of awe-inspiring skyscrapers, especially here in UAE, enabled clean water and sanitation systems, developed robust transport networks, and provided safe homes for our people. However, as we've just heard, we cannot overlook the fact that concrete, indirectly through cement, is a significant contributor of CO2 emissions. Despite this, there are currently a few scalable alternatives to concrete in sight, necessitating urgent action towards its decarbonization. Thankfully, technological advancements offer hope, and the Breakthrough Initiative stands as one of the most pivotal tools that can be promptly implemented to address this challenge. Decarbonizing the concrete industry might seem daunting, but it's not insurmountable. Through the Breakthrough Initiative, we aim to foster partnerships, share experience, and collaborate on innovative solutions. Together, we will pave the way for sustainable cities to flourish without compromising our commitment to the environment. The UAE's net zero by 2050 commitment represents a nationwide effort to achieve net zero emissions by the year 2050, positioning the Emirates as an inaugural Middle East and North Africa country to embark on this journey. This initiative is in full harmony with the objectives of the Paris Agreement, which urges nations to develop enduring strategies aimed at curbing greenhouse gas emissions and constraining the global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius relative to pre-industrial levels. The UAE initiative will concentrate on improving efficiency, increasing the adoption of renewable energy sources, introducing sustainable transportation and environmentally friendly building practices, integrating nature-based solutions, and utilizing carbon capture technologies. As we've announced yesterday, the UAE is also now taking steps toward developing a net zero roadmap for the cement industry that demonstrates a commitment to sustainability and combating climate change. The net zero roadmap for cement will assist us here in the UAE and many developing countries in progressing towards a sustainable future, enabling the development of the sustainable cities of tomorrow. Today, I stand alongside Minister Champagne, extending an invitation to each of you to join the Breakthrough Initiative and help transform climate action leading into COP28 and beyond. Countries that are part of the Breakthrough Initiative will have the opportunity to share best practices on the range of policies, regulations, programs, and other measures for decarbonizing the concrete and cement sector. I'm excited to stand with all of you on this critical journey toward a greener and more sustainable future. Let us seize this opportunity to make a lasting impact and accelerate our progress towards a world that thrives while preserving our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. So for the next panel, I'm calling here Mrs. Stewart, Canadian ambassador, to moderate. And to call the last panel on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be part of the launch of the Cement and Concrete Breakthrough Initiative here at COP28. Collaboration between the public and private entities is really key to achieving our goals. And as we heard from Minister Champagne and His Excellency Undersecretary Al-Suadi, transitions in foundational industries such as cement and concrete will play an instrumental role in preventing the worst impacts of climate change. So to launch these 3 breakthrough initiatives together is a really fitting demonstration of the international community coming together to reaffirm shared goals to drive deeper GHG emissions. As we strive for net zero emissions by 2050 and as policies evolve, we'll look to see supply and demand for more sustainable cement and concrete continue to grow rapidly. The market will demand low carbon carbon building and construction materials. So clearly, industry will play a critical role in making this transition a reality. And with that in mind, I'm very pleased to welcome executives from the global cement and concrete sector who will be participating in today's panel session with me. So please join me in welcoming Fernando Gonzalez, CEO of Cemex, Dr. Nicola Kim, Chief Sustainability Officer of Heidelberg Materials, Raj Narayanan, Business Head of Chief Manufacturing Officer at Ultratech Cement Limited, and finally, Thomas Guillot, CEO of the Global Cement and Concrete Association. So thank you very much for joining me up on this stage, and we heard from ministers. So given the limited amount of time we have, I think we'll just jump right in. So I would like to ask you all to begin with the same question and maybe take 1 minute, and then if we have time, we'll have another quick round. So we'll do a 1 minute round. So you can speak to what you are doing in terms of leading companies in the global cement and concrete industry to achieve decarbonization as soon as possible. So maybe, Thomas, I'll start with you so we can get the global perspective, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. I mean, it's part of my minute, but I would like to thank immensely the government of Canada and the government of Emirates for the leadership here and for the creation of this breakthrough cement. And maybe just one word. I mean, there are so many things that have changed since the breakthrough in Glasgow when it was announced. I have to say, as cement, I was very jealous of the other sectors that were already announcing. So I'm happy that not only the weather changed from Glasgow, but also actually some real initiative on cement, recognizing the role of cement. So what we have done in the sector, I mean, actually at Glasgow, we have proposed a global roadmap that was basically setting a pathway towards the 1.5 degree. And in that, we have identified 7 fundamental levels to work on the decarbonization, something that goes from, product frugality, better design. It's a whole value chain discussion. It's not only a few elements of the construction, and of course, elements like circularity, elements like energy efficiencies, and some innovation, and in particular, the one related to carbon capture. So this was set, and we then immediately launched and tried to come from the global commitment to the local action. So try to identify on partnering with each national cement association across the world on our members. We have 44 members, forming about 80% of the cement sector outside China. Try to understand how these different levels can be played locally, how every country can contribute, and see what is their local pathway. And with this, identifying 2 fundamental things in the discussion. First is, how do we adapt policy to make sure that these actions can be put in practice? How do we simplify and spur technologies on activities to decarbonize? And second, to already identify some projects to be discussed, to be financed, in order to walk the talk and to get the things done as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Thomas. And can I turn to you next, Fernando?
Sure. Well, aligned with what Thomas has explained, in Cemex, we have subscribed to the net zero pledge by 2050. Our roadmap is a 1.5 degree roadmap certified by SBTi last year. And the good news, I think, that after almost redoing our climate action strategy 3 years ago, we are already in our way to fully decarbonize our company. In the last 3 years, as an example, we have managed to reduce CO2 per ton of cement emissions by 12%, which is what, before redoing our strategy, it took us like 15 years to achieve. So this is a way to say that we are accelerating this transformation towards a carbon neutral cement and ready mix. The specifics of the industry, it might take too long to describe, but there are a few levers which is reducing the clinker factor, meaning the material that generates CO2, is using alternative fuels, meaning basically waste with high contents of biomass also as a way to reduce generation in energy, and of course the rest to be used as green and renewable fuel or electricity. Half of our cement plants already are using small amounts, but they are already using hydrogen as a way to improve the combustion in our kilns. So those are the type of levers that we consider traditional or conventional levers. And we are also developing several carbon capture projects, which, of course, that will be the final step, let's say, in order for our industry to fully decarbonize.
Thank you very much, Fernando, for sharing your experience with CEMEX. And maybe I can turn to you next, Raj, to share with us your experience in decarbonization.
Yeah, so thank you very much for this opportunity. We at Altitech, we are a fast-growing cement company, and with that, we have a lot of responsibilities as well. We are right now 132 million tons, and in the next couple of years, we are talking about next 24 to 30 months, we'll be very close to 195 million tons. So both the intensity as well as the absolute amount of carbon would be a challenge to us, and that's what we are working on. There are 4 major levers which we are working on today. One is the energy, second is material circularity, third is about green products, and fourth is about technology. The energy has many components. The one is what is possible today with the existing technologies, and then second is about future technologies. So energy, we are continuously working on improvement of energy efficiencies. We are also working on, as Fernando said, we are working on alternative fuels. And of course, we have waste heat recovery systems and renewables. Cement being a continuous process, you also have limitations in using renewables because you require round-the-clock power. We are working on that. On the material circularity, I would also talk about the waste stream of other industries are being used in manufacture of cement. Today, we use very close to this year, we will use very close to 35 million tons of waste material, which is probably a very large amount, probably not even the production of cement in some other countries. So we use fly ash, slag, red mud, and of course, alternative fuels, which I talked about. So very close to 35 million tons. And going forward, in the next 2 to 3 years, we are now talking about 50 to 60 million tons. So material circularity is another major thing for us. The third one is green products. We are working continuously on reduction of water and also reduction of carbon footprint. We are at the initial stages of developing LC3 cement, and we are also looking to other products that will reduce the carbon footprint continuously beyond that products which I talked about where we use fly ash and slag. The fourth is the technology part of it where we are continuously working on. One I would say is the electrification of kilns. We are working on with a Finnish company called Coolbrooks. We are very early stages, I would say. But we are taking baby steps in going towards that. And there are a number of other projects as well, oxy enrichment and CCUS. Of course, CCUS is a little far away from where we are today. So a lot of efforts are being done on technology part of it. So we have reduced about 15% in the last couple of years. And going forward, definitely we would accelerate the carbon footprint with all the newer efforts and initiatives we are taking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raj. And Nicola, I would like to turn to you next. Minister Champagne, of course, mentioned the exciting project that you have coming up in Alberta. But maybe just to hear your thoughts on decarbonizing the sector. What are the efforts that Heidelberg's making? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. As we've heard, it's critically important for our sector to decarbonize. Heidelberg Materials has made a commitment to halve our emissions between 1990 and 2030. That means that we would reach 400 kilograms of CO2 per ton of cement by 2030, which is the most ambitious target in our sector. In order to reach this, we look at 3 levers. I see everyone on the panel talks about levers. Our levers are quite similar. So that means the product optimization lever. That means reducing the amount of clinker, which is the highly emitting part of our product. It means the process optimization lever, which has already been mentioned as well, switching to alternative fuels. That means municipal waste, it means biomass. And the third most critical lever when it comes to fully decarbonizing our product is CCUS. So we've committed to capture 10 million tons of CO2 by 2030. We're already next year finalizing the construction of our CCS plant in Brevik, Norway. So we are coming on the market with fully decarbonized carbon captured cement. This will be closely followed by full-scale projects in North America. So in Edmonton and then followed by Indiana. So really scaling up our CCUS activities. We've committed to invest $1.5 billion in CCUS, as well as 100 to 150 million per year in the conventional measures.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Very encouraging to hear how CCUS is a technology that can help in this sector. Fernando, maybe I can turn to you next. You each have a couple of minutes. That's all we have left, unfortunately. But maybe you can share with us how your company approaches sharing of best practices and considerations around transferring lessons from one economy to another.
Sure. Some time ago, given that we are in 4 business lines, cement, ready-mix, aggregate, and urbanization solutions, we thought on forming global networks to make a simpler explanation. The idea is to get the world, the way social networks work, bringing and forming and bringing a few networks of expertise spread all over our businesses. So for instance, we have a network in cement that is composed by hundreds of experts in the field. And those networks do have 2 objectives. The first one is the one related to your question, which is, by connecting them, they can share challenges, ideas, or different ways to improve and for them to learn and to increase their knowledge. And the second objective is also for them to identify valuable practices that might create value when replicating them either globally or, depending on the initiative, wherever that initiative makes sense. So it's twofold: is this sharing experiences and knowledge, and also articulating global initiatives to create value.
Thank you very much. And I think maybe sticking on this same theme of sharing of best practices, Nicola, maybe I'll turn to you and ask what your company is doing in terms of sharing research and innovation with others.
Well, we have 2 main ways to collaborate and share best practices. The one is what we call our Sustainability Academy, where we work with different partners across our value chain. Another one is, this is together with the GCCA, it's called Innovandi. So it's a network of 40 universities, 35 industry partners. We were the chairing founder of this organization, and right now there are 70 PhD studies underway. So we won't get there alone. We need to collaborate, share best practices. And I think one example is also in circular economy. We talked about the fuels part of it, but an even more important part of it is getting access to concrete and demolition waste. What many people don't know is when you get access to these materials, you can actually recarbonate them, reduce carbon footprint in recycled materials, and put it back into the built environment.
Thank you very much. And Raj, maybe turning to you next. Tell us about what you are seeing in India. I understand India is working on the specific roadmap, and maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah. We follow GCCA, so we have an India roadmap. GCCA India has a roadmap which follows GCCA India's GCCA global goals. We have net zero commitment by 2050. We are also working on net zero concrete by the same period. So 3 things I would say the GCCA India is working today. They are obviously the policy issues. Then we are also talking about technology, and third is about financing. That's where the collaboration would come in a great way. One is across the countries, how each government can work together to take the technologies and absorb these technology across the sectors. There is a limit to which we can do today, so the government participation and passing on the technologies would be a great collaboration. We are also collaborating with the sectors. So, for example, the power sector, we are collaborating today to get the fly ash and slag, the waste material of other streams. We are also talking about financing. That's where the GCCA India is playing a major role in collaborating with the government agencies to see that how we can get finance for the technologies which are not yet mature. You know, that's a point which I would like to also stress, the green financing, where there is a lot of collaboration happening today.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you for sharing these great examples across the board. And Thomas, you're listening intently on what is happening in terms of collaboration across the board, lots of positive things. From where you sit, what's the future of that? Like, what do we need to continue to be doing? Where do you see this going based on the experiences that we've had so far?
Yeah, no, I mean, collaboration is really something essential on with GCCA and with the whole sector and industry. You know, we are part of various programs globally. I mean, I'm thinking of IDDI, and we have been actively cooperating with the people from UNIDO. We have cooperation with, now we just joined the Industrial Transition Accelerator that was launched by the presidency, by the COP presidency. We are, you know, all these activities where we need to be on, where we're actually discussing in a very serious manner, how do we get to the net zero transition? How do we facilitate the transitions? And one very important thing for us is obviously the policy transformation. I mean, there are many elements, and you have heard the so-called levers or the decarbonization needs. Many of these requires simple adaptation of a legislation to enable the existence of that. And just to illustrate, we've been discussing about circularity. You don't have a circular business if you authorize to put the waste in a pit and cover it. Just paying the logistic is impossible and will be more expensive than putting the things under the carpet, right? And when we look at this in the product as well, you know, the transformation of product, these are the things where we need to cooperate. And we hope, and we have really great hope in working together, because Canada has actually developed a set of legislation that is very practical, on effective, and we see the project in the mountain, and there will be many more, to understand how we can make you know, this possible at the level of the countries, cooperating all together and adjusting the policy transformation through the support on this platform that is the Breakthrough Cement. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much. You've all been extremely disciplined in keeping your comments. Kurt, I think at this point in COP, we all know that people have got busy agendas and need to get to their next event. But go ahead, Thomas.
Yeah, we're on time here, and we will be on time for 2030 and 2050 as well.
That's right. I love it. Yeah, we have to be able to stay on our target and get to where we need to be. So I just want to thank all of the panelists here today. Obviously, there's a continued need to stay on track and push as hard as we can. And Canada's commitment to net zero by 2050 is not just ambition, but it's an absolute necessity for our planet's future. And it's a view that is shared by many partners. And it's really great to see a lot of collaboration going on, and we need to just draw from the strength and knowledge of all our partners across all sectors, including with governments and stakeholders. So the comments from our panelists and the scope of the 3 initiatives that have been launched here today demonstrate a real commitment to continue to work together and focus on priority issues and take meaningful actions to drive strategies going forward. So let's leave here today with renewed dedication to action under each of the initiatives, knowing that our joint efforts will pave the way for a sustainable and resilient future. So thank you very much to the panelists for participating today.
Thank you very much.
Get a photo. I would like a photo.
Thank you, Catherine. It is, I guess, time for, are you taking pictures? Yes, great. So it is time for a few words of conclusion. First, I want to thank the technical teams that are behind the organization of this event. I want to thank all the people that's been working for elaborating speeches, for getting in touch, for many calls and emails, and the technical team here that has been perfect and wonderful. Second thing I want to say as a conclusion, that this is not a conclusion. We don't consider this, even this big room, magnificent, this success, all these people in the room, we don't consider this an achievement, and I would not like us to consider this conclusion as a conclusion, but as a beginning. Next step is in 2.5 months. Lots of work to do since then. Global Forum for Buildings and Climate in Paris on the 7th and the 8th of March 2024. We are awaiting for all of you to participate into elaborating our messages there. So please come, and I have a little card there that I can give you when going out, if you're interested. So thank you all, and please a big applause for all the people that's been working on this session.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، الجلسة التالية في مسرح الواحة على وشك البدء. يرجى الجلوس في مقاعدكم وتحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت، وشكراً.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take your seats in the ISWA Theatre. The next session is starting shortly. Please ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Thank you.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت، وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the ISWA Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Could I please ask you to take your seats as this session is about to begin? Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent. Thank you.
Dear Excellencies, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hani Tameh. I'm the Managing Director of Roland Berger Middle East and heading the crucial topic of sustainability. I stand before you today deeply honored by the opportunity to bring together the leadership from the most committed countries for a key discussion on the overlooked yet significant topic of waste management and its impact on circular economy and climate change. Today marks a historical moment as we address waste management in a COP meeting for the very first time. And yes, it's about time. This is not just a milestone. This is a testament that we should all collectively and responsibly address the topics that are impacting our climate change. As our event states, there is no time to waste. There are some alarming facts that we should keep in mind. Today, if we look at how our waste generation is growing, we see that the waste has grown or expected to grow 50% by 2050 compared to 2018. Now, why is that an alarming fact? Because usually waste grows the same way as economy grows. It's alarming because of how we actually treat our waste. Until today, we have illegal landfills. We have open dumping. We have plastics in our soil, in our oceans. We have socioeconomic difficulties. We are basically taking the resources out of our value chains, and that is putting at risk our businesses. And most importantly, we are putting our own health on the line and proactively bringing up a pollution that is impacting us. Now, talking about pollution, it is crucial to recognize that 3% or even 5% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are coming from the way we deal with waste. And why do I mention the way we deal with waste? Because the problem is not actually the waste. It's the way we are actually treating it. From the source, especially here when we talk about the food waste, the most critical, important topic for us, to the way we collect it, to the way we try to treat it, if any, and all the way to how we are disposing it. And as I mentioned, until today, we still have open burning and landfilling. All this is keeping us in a linear mindset. We take, we use, and we throw. We are missing the great positive opportunities of circular economy. But that's why we are here today. That's the purpose. Our first step was to make sure that the topic comes to light. It's awareness. And I cannot thank the COP presidency enough to finally giving us the stage to talk about this topic. But then we go to the commitment, to the implementation, and that was the promise from the first day COP28 was announced. And that's where we will talk about an amazing pledge, the Waste to Zero, which is done in collaboration with the UAE Ministry of Climate Change and Environment and our partners, Tadweer, to focus on the decarbonization of the waste management sector. With that, and without further delays, let's launch our first panel discussion on the topic of waste management to understand how is it being treated today, what are the steps and the challenges to achieve decarbonization, and allow me to invite on the stage our moderator of the first panel, Martina Otto, who is the head of the UNEP-convened Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Martina has over 25 years of experience in environmental policy and program management, with a particular focus on energy, buildings, transport, and sustainable cities, as well as partnership building. I wish you a wonderful session. And
thank
you
so
all
much
for your attention.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Very pleased to be here and moderate this first panel. Climate and Clean Air Coalition has been mentioned. We are a partnership of almost 90 countries and over 90 non-state actors working to reduce short-lived climate pollutants. And we have been building attention and cooperation on this non-CO2 agenda since our creation in 2012. And we're proud to see how much this topic has actually risen to
the radar, and the urgency and the commitment to this shown here at this COP is amazing. And we're very happy about that. We're now also providing the Secretariat services to the Global Methane Pledge that had a center stage role here as well. So ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, waste is a critical climate topic, and it's been a game changer to see as well how much this has risen to the attention at this COP. Before we get into the discussion with an amazing panel, let me give you some key facts. And we just heard that waste management systems are definitely not keeping up with volumes of waste and will unlikely be able to cope with the projected increases in waste from today, and thereby contributing to a triple environmental crisis and calling for a step change, a real step change in the way we do business in our economies towards greater circularity. But let me zoom in on what drives us by looking at the short-lived climate pollutants with black carbon from open burning and methane that comes from landfills. An estimated half of this waste that we're looking at is organic. In a lot of developing countries, this is even higher. Decomposing in landfills and in open dumps, this accounts for 20% of all man-made methane. And methane is a potent greenhouse gas and a precursor of ozone, which is harmful for health and plant growth. And that means we need to cut methane emissions from the waste sector by approximately 30 to 35% below 2020 levels by 2030 and nearly 55% by 2050 to keep warming to 1.5 degrees. And that sounds like an enormous challenge, but it provides a real opportunity as well. Recent satellite data makes methane hotspots in dump sites very visible. A number of studies do suggest that landfills and waste systems may contribute as much as 50% of urban methane emissions. Landfills are today's urban methane time bombs because they continue to emit even if they're closed. This provides an opportunity for diversion, valorization that needs to be grasped from upstream to downstream. If we talk about diversion, we talk about addressing food loss and food waste, and nobody wants to see food wasted while people go hungry. It means revalorization with new technologies, new solutions like black soldier flies that take us to a higher value add product, or composting that then helps with the nutrient cycles again, or biogas for energetic valorization. So it means it's a must do and it's a can do because we have the technologies. Must do because addressing the global methane pledge, the targets can give us 0.2 degrees reduced warming in the near term by 2050, and that's really critical if it comes to avoiding some of the overshoot. Now, in this panel, we'll look at the how-to. For over a decade, the CCAC has been supporting governments, working with non-government and private sector actors as well, to drive the needed transformation. Data does make the problem more visible, and we need to step up the support to governments to tackle the problem. So you have our commitment to continue along the lines of assess, measure, and act by resituating waste in a broader context of consequences and commitments. With our Waste Hub providing leadership, thought leadership, and matchmaking, with our planning, policy, and regulation support to governments that has contributed already to embedding waste into the national determined contributions, and with our new technology and economic assessment panel that looks into finance needs and business models for promising but under-financed technologies. We have just put out 2 on black soldier flies and on biocovers. So very glad as well to support the Low Methane Initiative launched here at COP28, whose coordination group will be housed within the Secretariat as well. And with that introduction, please let me call to the stage our distinguished panel. We have Adalberto Felicio Malu Filho, the National Secretary for Urban Environment and Environmental Quality at the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Brazil. Please join me while I'm calling your names. We have Carlos Silva Filho, the President of the International Solid Waste Association. Please join me as well. We have Marcelo Mena, the CEO of the Global Methane Hub. And we're very honored to have Elizabeth Saki, the Mayor of the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. please, if you join me, take a seat. To join us here. Let me maybe And with this, now let me please turn to the Undersecretary, the National Secretary for Urban Environment and Environmental Quality, Adalberto Maluf. And I understand that in supporting waste zero emissions, Brazil is establishing a national strategy for composting and waste valorization. And we do know that this is a particular priority, a personal priority as well for President Lula. So maybe if you could kindly share us a bit more about this and how it will be implemented.
Thank you, Martina. First of all, I would like to congratulate and be very thankful for the Emirates for hosting a high-level debate on waste management. This topic is extremely important for the improving life quality of all our citizens, as well as fighting local pollution and climate change. This topic is in the heart of our President Lula. In the last more than 20 years, even before being a president, he joins the Waste Speakers Association Christmas dinner for many, many years, which shows his commitment, how much that he likes this topic. And he has set up for us very high, ambitious standards to improve an integrated matter for waste management. We have, since the beginning of the government, two very important decrees as a national plan to increase recycling. Right now, when we think about our EPR, the extended product responsibility for the package sector especially, we already achieve almost 25% recycling of all the different materials. Some are higher, like aluminum, we have almost 100%. Some are a little bit lower. And we are moving now to decrease and legislations very ambitious on all. We just opened a public hearing with society about our plastic bill, and it's going to be one of the first that's going to have mandatory content of recyclables inside new production. It's going to have increasing targets for recycling and recyclability, and we are doing the same with glass, with paper, carbon, and all the other materials. Brazil still has almost 1/3 of the waste being thrown in illegal dump sites. 20% of our methane emission comes from these landfills, these dump sites. We have all the social problems about this. In Brazil, we have 1 million waste pickers working at all the different areas. And because this is such a priority for President Lula, we just try to get as much support as possible. So we got the support from CCAC, the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, to have programs for reducing methane from our landfills, from our illegal dump sites, also from livestock and the other areas. We just starting to deliver a very sophisticated tracking system that we can track the waste from the waste pickers throughout the industry, the recycling industry, and right now we'll deliver to the industry that reuse that plastic. So we are going to be able to guarantee with external auditing system that that factory, that industry, when they say, I use recyclable plastic, that plastic was tracked as we want. We also issue some green bonds for the government, the federal government, for the first time, $2 billion, and 20% of this money will go to fund and finance recycling. It was an area that they didn't have any special funding, so they had to finance themselves at the market. It was a little bit more difficult. So, and we joined it in these last days together here with my colleagues from BIA and the Emirates, the VRC, the voluntary recycling credits for platform. We believe this is a way to move forward. We have a lot of companies in the world that want to do and offset the problems that they are generating with their waste. This is really good. In the case of Brazil, of course, recycling, we are already addressing. And right now we are focused on composting because half of our waste is organic and all the methane comes from there. But we believe that with these two new strategies in place, we will be able to move to what we want to launch next year, which is the first time that Brazil does a national policy for circular economy. We got the support of UNEP. We are working with different partners in Brazil, including Ellen MacArthur Foundation and others, so that next year we bring it to society, the first draft of our strategy for a circular economy. Brazil has a very clean energy matrix. Around 90% of our electricity comes from renewable. So we believe that shifting and moving from a linear economy to a circular economy, focusing more and more on renewables and reducing our impact is possible. In the case of Brazil, this generates millions of jobs, and we are positive that this will continue to open many opportunities for the future.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having highlighted what Brazil is having on the way and what will drive really the action forward. So thank you. The national policy will be curious to see how this was panning out. And you mentioned the tracking, the green bonds, so really the capacity and the finance on this. But now let me turn from a government to a private sector perspective. And without private sector commitment, the innovation and the financial muscle, we will not make it. And Adalberto already mentioned extended producer responsibility. That definitely is a way to push things forward here as well. Carlos, you're personally very driven here. You brought a waste pavilion to this COP to put waste really at the forefront. You're also a member of the UNSG's advisory board on zero waste, so there's a lot of personal commitment behind that. So congratulations already. And maybe now to my question, ISWA is a respected global organization providing a platform for the sharing of waste expertise. In ISWA's experience globally, what are the main barriers to circular economies and zero waste initiatives?
Thank you, Martina. Thank you all. It's a great pleasure being here this afternoon. And I must say that we came to COP28 with this first ever Waste and Resources Pavilion, aiming to amplify the voice of the waste and resources management sector at this global arena. And having this special event under the COP28 presidency makes me, I would say, really emotional to see that we've achieved the goals that we were aiming to bring to Dubai, but it also makes me very grateful that we had a coalition of partners who made it possible. I cannot mention them all here, but I would like to register my special gratitude to Tadweer, to Ali Al-Daheri, MD and CEO of Tadweer, for the great support of making it happen, and together with all our partners. And why do we aim to be here amplifying this voice? Because we are living a waste crisis, because we are living in a time where we have increased waste generation, where we have a predominance of downstream approaches, and we still live under the linear system. But these times are over, or these times must be over. We need this paradigm shift towards a circular economy. But to have this paradigm shift towards a circular economy, we need a mindset change. We really need to change the perspective from where we see waste, and not as waste anymore, but as materials. ISWA's vision is a world where nothing is wasted. Waste should be reduced to a minimum, prevention actions should be prioritized, and the remaining items should be collected, recycled, treated, and residual matter must go to safe final destinations. So this is the stepped approach we believe to support the transition towards a circular economy. But if we keep the current perspective that waste has no value, we would not be able to change.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And if I could ask you a follow-on question. You've gained a lot of experience in driving this forward. What could the Waste to Zero initiative learn from your experience, and what role do you see ISWA providing going forward?
Wow, that's a very good question. That's a very good, two questions. I would say, first thing, we need to bring this resource management approach on board. We really need to move from downstream approach to upstream approach. We need to, or I would say the whole society needs to understand that waste management works throughout the whole value chain. From the design phase, through the manufacturing process, and dealing with the remaining items. Sound waste management is key to beat the triple planetary crisis, to prevent pollution, to reduce biodiversity loss, and to tackle climate change. So we really see as this Waste to Zero initiative as the call for action. So it's implementing into practice what we've been developing or what we've been praying for many times. So, as you mentioned before, we have the Zero Waste Advisory Board under the UN Secretary Generals, in which I'm really, really honored to sit together with other members. We launched this week the Low Methane Initiative with many partners. We have the VRC, the Voluntary Recycling Credits Platform, launched this week also with BIA, a great partner here in the Emirates. We announced from ISWA the new initiative, the Triple M initiative, the Methane Mitigation Mechanism initiative to beat the triple crisis, together with a Global Methane Hub and Horizon Group from Brazil. So we are really putting things into action and on the ground. And this is what we want to bring on board, together with more than 5,000 waste experts from all over the world who are with us on this agenda.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Mindset shift, value chain approach, from waste to value, and partnership as a way to doing things. Thank you so much. Marcelo, now to you. You're the CEO of the Global Methane Hub. You're former Environment Minister of Chile. You've been a co-chair of CCAC for a number of years as well. Your team has been, you yourself obviously, and your team, you have been playing an important role in driving the waste pathway under the Global Methane Pledge, and obviously congratulations for the contribution that you've made as well to the methane finance sprint that has just seen $1 billion in pledges, which includes quite a chunk from the philanthropies that you're representing. GMH has partnered with Google to fund organizations to collaborate on the design and implementation of the waste methane assessment platform, the Waste Map, in short. Can you tell us more about this effort, please?
Yeah, thank you very much, Martina. So I remember almost more than a year ago, we would see these satellite observations of methane plumes, and there's been a lot of improvement of being able to track emissions. And you would see a whole bunch of oil and gas emissions in red, and they had all these green spots across the globe that were non-energy related. I'm like, what is this? Soon, we started figuring out from the Netherlands Space Agency that these were landfills that were emitting as much as any well, and in one spot, they could emit as much as 1.5 million cars. For example, one in Argentina. And so this is massive, and it's one place that we could fix. But when I saw those maps, I saw the opportunity of something I wanted to address when I was minister. Because when I was in government, a landfill caught fire, and it put the city under a cloud of smoke. Big news, big headlines, and this happens everywhere in the world. In India, in Brazil, in the US, where sometimes these landfills explode and killed people that worked there, waste pickers. And so this is a very deep issue for me, because also neighbors that live nearby landfills want to address the odors, right? They complain because of the odors. And these were really odor maps. You could see where the methane was going with these bad, foul odors overall. And so I went with Carolina from my team and went to C40 cities, and we started showing this to mayors like you. Madame, and they saw the same things we saw as an opportunity to stop existing emissions and start an operation about preventing new waste from leading there. And so we started thinking, and our friends from RMI and CATF were thinking the same thing. With our colleagues from Carbon Mapper and SRON, we put together the waste map, a whole bunch of different configurations. The information is out there, an NGO to support a local government or a national government to reduce those emissions, with policy, with addressing existing landfills. And then, we can't just point out the problem. We need to figure out how to finance these solutions. And governments, local governments, are many times underfunded. And one of the things that they always have to do is take out the trash, right? And so we needed to think like them, how to get the finance to work. With our friends from the IDB, we were able to get a commitment from them to shift a third of their finance towards methane mitigation with the Too Good to Waste initiative, $270 million of real projects, including one in Santo Domingo, which will shut down the largest landfill in Latin America, which receives a lot of the buffet food from the tourists that go to that island. A big chimney of pollution that we are going to be able to prevent. So that's why I think it's so transformational, because you make a problem visible, you have to deal with it, you link to those who want to solve this, and you link to the financing vehicles. So this low methane initiative will allow us to mobilize almost $10 billion, that's our target, and I'm already working with other MDBs, and this number will be met. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Marcelo. Data to action, the methane time bombs literally exploding, also are a political time bomb calling for preventative action. So I think that's pretty clear. You already gave the hook for the importance of the role of local governments, saying they have to pick up the trash. And yes, the jurisdiction often lies in the local government's hands, and they're the first in line in terms of the line of response. Today, we're celebrating Cities Day, and with that, I would like to welcome the remarks of the Honorable Mayor Elizabeth Saki, Mayor of Accra Metropolitan Assembly. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and greetings from Accra, Ghana. And let me share exactly what you've said, some experiences from Accra. In fact, waste management, as we all know, is one of the top priorities that we as cities are facing. And we are trying as much as possible to use other methods to have things done in place. And then I think that what we have started to do is we have first and foremost looked at the value of a circular economy approach. And with that, we have our city adopting the approach, which is very necessary to make optimal use of resources and in the environment. And hopefully, we want to say a very big thank you to ICAL. They came to our support, and I think now things are working well. First and foremost, we thought of because of the way people waste around, there is the need to enact a law. So we have to review our law once again. And also, what we have personally started is through recycling. It's true that recycling is at a very low rate at which we are doing things. And therefore, we think there is a need for us to put in more. And what we have started doing is to have a zero waste street. So we've earmarked some major streets that we are trying to make sure the place is clean and clean. So we, first and foremost, we have to train the people around there and let them understand what the zero waste street is. We also are doing source separation for houses. And then with the houses, we try also to go around and teach them how to separate the waste and how to deal with it. And in doing so, it will also help us as a nation as not to allow people burning their waste, which pollutes the air, and we want to have a zero waste air and a clean air. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are also identifying informal and formal waste collectors because we have a lot of slums in our area, and there is a need for the vehicles to be able to penetrate into the community and have the waste collected. And so trying to do all these things, we are encouraging and enhancing that all those in those communities will join hands with us so that we can together work on that. And so my focus really is waste management, trying to get a zero waste street and a zero waste environment. We also are thinking of, because we have inadequate infrastructure for treatment and recycling, as well as final disposal spaces, usually when the waste is being collected, it needs to be traveled a long distance before it is, and there are some regulations also around that. There are times when you get there, the entrance is already closed, so then you have to keep the waste in the truck for a long time. And so the truck is not able to get back to the city for cleaning and keeping the place neat. So I think that there is the need for us to look at all those things and then make sure that we have very quick dumping of the refuse. And so then that will help us to have the city clean. We're also looking at, as I did say, and there are some points, if I don't read, I will forget. And I think that I have to read these things for us to get it clear that we can do it. And it is that our aim of the priority action is to attain universal solid waste collection coverage, divert waste, especially organic waste, from landfills, and safe disposal of residual waste. What we are also doing is trying to change the waste to community compost programs where we are promoting the household and community in composting. Accra has commenced activities to provide community compost facility for 3 selected communities in 3 sub-metros. And this is really helping and promoting backyard gardens, school gardens, greening of public open places, and tree planting. So we are doing all these things. And our major plan is to try and do this 5 priority waste sectors actions in Accra Climate Action Plan within 2020 to 2025.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. This call for universal waste collection has been heard. Your experience is very rich and hands-on what it takes, the health impacts for people, but also to bring people on board in terms of opportunities. That will also be the topic of a contribution that we'll now get via video. And to save a little bit of time, because we're running out of time, I would like all of us to recognize this panel, the contribution, and while we move off the stage, we'll listen to the video. I hope that's okay with everybody, not to exclude Sonia Diaz from Vigo from this panel, but to save a little bit of time. So thank you very much. An applause for our panelists. And while I allow all of you to move off the stage, we'll quickly introduce Sonia Diaz from Vigo, Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing a Global Network focused on empowering the working poor, especially women, and that's a recognition that in the waste sector there's a lot of informality thank you so much. There's a lot of informality, and to ensure a just transition, we have to make sure we bring people on board and don't make them lose out. And with that, we will show the video, and thank you very much. I also say goodbye and hand over to our next panel then. Thank you.
One of the main sustainability challenges for future cities is solid wastes. In the cities of the Global South, informal workers are key actors in collection of solid wastes and in its recovery. They collect paper, they collect glass, they collect metals and other resources and make it possible for these materials to be reused or recycled. In doing so, waste pickers clean the city and make land available for urban greening, directly reducing structural variables of vulnerability, for example, flooding and heat waves. They are frontline workers in combating climate change. However, their contribution to the environment and public health is not fully acknowledged by policymakers. Also, they are invisible in climate research and policy. In 2022 and 2023, WIGO, Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing, in partnership with the University of Sheffield, conducted a study in Brazil to capture the perceptions of both organized and non-organized waste pickers on climate change. Also, we mapped how waste pickers were being impacted by extreme weather events at their workspaces. We also mapped how they were coping with these climate events and also what kind of actors were supporting them. We identified that 91% of the surveyed waste pickers reported having experienced one or more impacts that could be attributed to a changing climate in the 6 months prior to the survey. At the same time, this study revealed that waste pickers have developed a range of strategies to cope with the different impacts of climate change, but also that they had limited support from governments. Workers indicated that some of their strategies were improvisations and also that they needed proper support from governments and other organizations to develop transformative adaptation strategies. Our research also showed how cooperatives provide some support for waste pickers, but this is not sufficient to deal with the multiple forms to precarity that workers face. There is an urgent need to find the means to support informal workers, not only in Brazilian cities, but across the world. We strongly believe that building waste pickers' resilience to climate change will ultimately contribute to build cities' resilience. Waste pickers are frontliners in circular economy systems, and they contribute to climate change mitigation through recycling and other reuse and repair activities. And they deserve the recognition for their important work as environmental stewards. Thank you very much.
Well, that was excellent. Thank you, Martina and esteemed panelists, for this first input. It's reassuring and quite nice to see all the initiatives on all fronts. Now, for our second segment, it gives me a great pleasure to invite a very dear person, Mr. Ali Dahri, Managing Director and CEO of Tadweer, on stage to introduce a world first, which is always expected from you, Engineer Ali, that will reshape the global waste management.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Hani, for the kind introduction. Since I think we're gonna maybe start with a short video, and then I'll take it from there. Okay.
What if we told you your waste is precious? Through a zero-waste approach and correct handling, it can mitigate climate change, lower carbon footprints, and create jobs. We can stop waste being mishandled at the source. From collection to disposal, we're aiming to decarbonize waste through a world-first initiative, reshaping global waste management. Because our sector shouldn't be responsible for up to 5% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. We're transforming systems, harnessing new technology, shifting mindsets to make waste valuable. By ensuring everyone uses these precious resources the right way, governments, businesses, and even you. So join us, and together we can build a circular economy for a sustainable future, taking waste to zero.
Since 2022, when Tadweer was restructured under ADQ, we have been on a mission to revolutionize the waste management, the way waste is managed, alongside municipalities, governments, private sector, and the public. We are aware and deeply concerned that up to 5% of global emissions emerge from the waste sector, a statistic that is underaddressed and represents a critical gap that needs to be rectified by sustainable champions across the world. As the CEO of Tadweer, Abu Dhabi's own champion of sustainable waste management, I am here today to introduce to you all a global first, Waste to Zero, an initiative that calls on sectors across the world to mobilize and advance waste decarbonization efforts. I strongly believe that what lies before us is an opportunity to turn waste into a resource. Waste to Zero is the brainchild of Tadweer and the UAE's Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, and supported by global management consultants Roland Berger. Together, we are dedicated to driving global climate action by reducing the carbon emissions of the waste management sector. This global endeavor is informed by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement targets. And as I speak, we are already building collaborations across the world to make our goal a reality. Let me hand back to Hani to unpack this ambitious initiative.
Thank you, Engineer Ali. At Roland Berger, when we embarked into this journey, we had one very specific objective in mind. This should be implementable. That was the given from day one. It should be bold, but implementable. So when we co-developed together this framework for the Waste to Zero, we were designing every single step jointly to make sure that we are going towards a global impact, and equally important, to bring every single stakeholder on board with their own ambitions and, yes, their own agendas. We recognize that everyone wants a different thing from the sector, but why not? Let's bring it all together. This week, for the first time in the history of COP, a ministerial session will be held to discuss the critical role of the waste management sector in combating climate change. So the wheels are really in motion. I'll now take you through a framework which revolves around the three pillars that you will see on the screen. Clearly, we will start with cooperation, because collaboration will be the cornerstone of the success. We are committed to forging powerful alliances through partnerships with governments, businesses, NGOs, and yes, the various communities. We'll create a network catalyzing profound worldwide change in waste management practices. The second pillar, as you can see, innovation. This will be focused on sustainable solutions to minimize the environmental impact of waste management. This involves strong emphasis on adoption of the best practices to ensure long-term positive results. If we can get the major players to take those best practices and to move on with them using existing technologies, and then we push the rest of the players to go along, imagine what kind of domino effect we can create by creating really a fundamental change in the way we act in the waste sector. And finally, well, it should be first at the same time, it's the implementation. Now, implementation cannot work unless we take all the elements in that ecosystem and put them together. This is where the powerful technologies have to be placed. This is where regulations have to come together. Financing, as you heard also from some of the panelists, where all the social activities, everything should be taken into consideration, because we want implementation to happen. We want the results to take place. Now, how are we structured? You will see on the screen again a very nice governance slide here. You will see first that we have the board of trustees, advisory committee, all the nice governance, but all those are to ensure that everyone has a role to play. But then you also see the 5 main streams at the bottom. Those are very important for the audience because this is where the activities will be focused mostly. The first one is to reduce emissions from the sector. We have to focus, as we said earlier, on the source. And here we have to address the worldwide challenge of food waste. This is a core pillar because you heard it also before, 50% of the waste is typically organic. We have to address it. The second one is to revamp the global infrastructure to promote and enhance landfill diversion and eliminate harmful practices like open burning and dumping. We really should stop those practices because they create the biggest impact on the greenhouse gas emissions. Now, excitingly, we can now transform waste into almost anything. You hear the waste to X in every discussion. We hear the composting, we hear the waste to hydrogen, and congratulations, we heard yesterday about a very nice announcement. We also hear about graphene and a lot of waste to X. So why not use those technologies to unlock the full potential of circular economy? Then we talk about the key focus of reducing emissions along every step of the value chain. So now we talk about collection. We talk all the way to the recycling. What's happening there? How can we decarbonize it? And finally, and this is applicable for the waste, but also applicable, I would say, for all the sustainable solutions, we cannot live without the digitalization. Data is important. In this sector, the biggest hurdle so far has been finding data and using data. And we also know from ISWA that there are a lot of initiatives around data, so let's use it. Let's use every activity that we do in order to bring this data to life. Now, clearly those 5 streams are important, but there are some intersecting themes that are equally important as enablers. Number 1 is financial mechanisms. 2 is the public awareness and education, because without those, we cannot really achieve what we are looking for and form the strong coalitions. Back to you, Engineer Ali.
Thank you, Ani. But we want to ensure that today we're doing more than simply talking about change. We have already created a series of targets over the next few short years, and you, as our audience here at COP, will hold us accountable. By 2025, Waste to Zero is committed to delivering on 3 main milestones. Here at COP28, we are witnessing the announcement of our plan and the activation of our work streams. Then at COP29, we will present the first assessment of the sector's environmental footprint along with a plan, backed by our endorsers to drive down greenhouse gas emissions and outline a pathway to decarbonization. Then by COP30, we will introduce a pipeline of bankable, decarbonized projects for investment in the waste management sector. And across these milestones, as our partner network exponentially grows, we will be expanding our vision and introducing new strategies to continue our work over the next decade. Today, we are delighted to reveal the first list with more than 40 private endorsers. As you can see, thank you very much. As you can see, this is a group of like-minded partners who believe in our mission. They are already contributing to the development of our initiative, and they have all agreed to our Waste to Zero declaration. In this highly dispersed and varied and diverse sector, Waste to Zero wants to unite us all through a common goal. That's why we're issuing an open invitation to stakeholders across the sector. We invite you to join us in this crucial mission to change waste into valuable resources and build on our central mission as the waste management sector to create a cleaner, healthier, and a more sustainable environment for all. Through a collective effort and a shared commitment, we can make a lasting impact on the global waste management landscape. Governments, waste management operators, private companies, and you. Together, let's build a circular economy for a sustainable future, taking waste to zero. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Ali. Today is indeed a very important day, and it gives me a great honor to welcome on stage Her Excellency Mariam bint Mohammed Saeed Harb al-Mahiri, Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the UAE, to share a high-level keynote. Please. Thank you, Your Excellency, for coming. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone, and let me just share with you a story. So His Excellency Engineer Ali came to me a few weeks ago. Yeah, it's a few weeks ago, and he said, Mariam, we need to create a platform where we bring like-minded people to decarbonize the waste. And I said, is there something like that already in place? He said, no. And congratulations, Your Excellency. Waste to Zero is now born, and you have more than 40 partners on board. And I know, because we've been talking about it, there's another 127 companies ready to come on board. So fantastic platform to share knowledge, to do exactly what COP28 is about: unite, act, and deliver. So let me tell you that it's just great to be here. It's great to hear. It's great to see so many of you interested in this, because waste really is an area that needs efforts, that needs innovations, because it cuts across so many sectors. And we know that it's not, when we talk about circular economy, bringing waste to zero means we're bringing waste into another stream. And this is exactly what we're trying to do here. It's really exciting. We've been here, it's day 7 at COP28, and we've seen some great initiatives and milestone moments in so many areas: food systems, health, nature-based solution, and now also waste. So really thank you all for your efforts, thank you for being here, and thank you for this positivity. So in the spirit of waste to zero, I also want to say that the UAE government is, of course, fully supporting this initiative. And we find this such an important initiative to advance climate action. The UAE is really inviting all countries to accelerate the transition to a circular economy and decarbonizing waste management to mitigate the emissions from waste. And today is just the beginning, and I look forward for the first results of this coordinated action between governments, the private sector, and civil society through the Waste to Zero initiative. So we aim to address all possible solutions. We have some great companies there with great technologies. I mean, I can speak for the ones in the UAE. His Excellency Khalid is here from BIA. We've got the waste to energy plant here in the UAE that BIA is operating. And there's so much knowledge to share and so much innovations in this space that we can scale up and decarbonize so many sectors with. So the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment has the honor of working with Tadweer on this and with all the partners. And really, we want to thank all the partners being here. I also want to mention that this is very much also aligning with the initiative 50 by 2050, a program launched at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. So thank you to all, Her Excellency Yasmin Fuad, who I know couldn't be with us today, but we're working closely to take the dialogue and the conversations that happened in Sharm el-Sheikh and also bringing this here as well and aligning all the efforts. So with that, I just want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for your efforts. And let's keep this momentum going. And let's hope to scale up all the innovations that we see here through this platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for the endorsement, and through such endorsements, such coalitions and such initiatives can really survive. So here we are putting again circular economy at the forefront of climate action. Now, we delve into the second panel discussion on the topic of circular economy with our moderator, Miranda Schnitger. So please, if I may, invite you on stage. Miranda has worked at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation for the past 6 years and currently holds the role of climate lead, a role which builds on her past work of engaging with local and national policymakers, international institutions, as well as businesses on the conditions for scaling the transition to a circular economy. In her role, she is the Foundation's representative in the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action. She focused on ways in which circular economy can contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation, and what actions can be taken by business and policies to strengthen this. So good luck on your wonderful workshop.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Hani, and thank you, Your Excellency, and everyone who spoke before. So as we've heard, we need to improve waste management as part of closing the loop and decarbonising. But waste is not something that sits in isolation. It's a product of our linear model, in which today we extract materials, create products and services, and then waste them, despite the fact that these materials have value. To truly transform and get to both net zero and waste to zero, we need to transition to a circular economy, a systems transformation of how we produce and consume. It is based on 3 core principles. We need to eliminate waste and pollution, we need to circulate the products and materials that we do need, and in doing so, we also need to be regenerating nature as we go. In that way, we can create an economy that sits within the planetary boundaries, not constantly exceeding them. And to get there, it's all about design choices. And it's design choices, as we've started to hear, from multiple different actors, be that businesses, policy, finance, universities in the research that they do, civil society. I work at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, as was just introduced, and in our work, we've looked at the contribution of circular economy to climate action. We found that 45% of emissions come from how we produce and consume. So if we are going to tackle those, we need to look at circular economy solutions. We need to be doing this in order to tackle the production emissions that happen, be that processes or from chemical reactions that occur. We need to do that in the case of deforestation and the choices we make around land use. And also very relevant to today, as are the ones I've just mentioned, we need to be reducing the emissions from landfill incineration and open waste burning. So I'm delighted to be joined by my panel of experts today. We have Sharif Mohammed Abdul Harim Hosni, Head of Climate Change, Central Department at the Egyptian Environment Agency. Do join me on stage. Abdul Nasser bin Khalid, Kalban, CEO of EGA and lead of the Aluminium Recycling Coalition. Hannah Zulek, partner of Circular Economy at the Roland Berger Germany office. And Maria Boy, DG of Environmental Quality and Climate Change at the Government of Catalonia. So Sharif, I wanted to start off with you because Her Excellency just mentioned 50 by 2050, the initiative launched last year, which brought an increased focus on waste management. Today we're going even further. Can you share your thoughts with us about 50 by 2050 and how this initiative is building on that and taking it forward?
Okay, thank you, and thank you for being with you today. A year ago, the COP27 presidency launched the 50 by 2050 African Initiative in Sharm el-Sheikh. This initiative aims to increase solid recycling rates in Africa from 5% to 50% by 2050 to significantly contribute to achieving global goal and fighting climate change. The Africa Ministerial Conference on Environment along with 25 countries and 120 institutions and companies greatly supported this initiative. And we are working for collaboration with them. So we are happy to align the 50 by 2050 initiative with the Waste to Zero initiative, as both aim to bridge the gap between the current state of waste management sector and future ambition targets.
Great, thank you. And just one follow-up question. In terms of circular economy policies from waste management to more upstream policies, how do you see these as being beneficial to the climate action we're discussing now?
No, I think the waste management is the one pillar of the circular economy. So we see this collaboration and the collective work on waste management is very fundamental in the aspects of circular economy. So the collaboration between the two initiatives is a critical component of Waste to Zero vision and will contribute significantly to achieving the shared goal of setting up integrated waste management where waste become resource than the environmental burden.
Great.
So it's, I think, one of the most important things about the circular economy.
Great. And as we've heard from the other speakers, collaboration is absolutely key, and you're mentioning the collaboration from one initiative to the other as well.
Yes, and I think through initiatives like this, we can inspire similar efforts worldwide and create ripple effect of positive change. By working together, we can make significant difference protecting our environment and ensuring a sustainable future for our generations.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Abdul Nasser, I wanted to come to you. So obviously you have the EGA and you're leading the Aluminium Coalition. I wondered if you could give us some concrete examples of how you're embedding circular economy in aluminium, especially because aluminium is a material that's used in so many different applications. So are there some examples you can share of where you're bringing circular economy to life?
First of all, thank you for asking such a great question. Indeed, we believe aluminium is essential materials to development of more sustainable societies. And we are looking forward to produce more aluminium in more sustainable way. But as a major industry, we do have waste, but I would like to tell you, most of our waste already been used as a fuel and basically raw materials for other industry. We have three major wastes. I mean, the first one is basically our spent pot lining, which is nothing but the lining materials inside our reduction cells. Usually has a life of 1,800 days. And now when we have a new KPI and mandate to increase the lifetime to 3,000 days. So by doing that, actually will reduce our waste significantly. Second, basically the SPL, we've been working with the cement industry for the last 10 years now. And lately, we managed to convince them, and now we use all the SPL as a fuel and also as refractory materials for their industry. So I would like to tell you that all these materials already been utilized by other industry, and we do have some of the old inventory. We're looking to find another home. One of it is hopefully the steel industry can take it and basically use it as a fuel. So this is basically great achievement we have done lately. The second one, we have the bauxite residue. And our industry, on annual basis, they produce around 150 million tons. And only 2% they basically take into economical value, which is very, very low. So lately, we've been working with our partners, our team, about how we can utilize this waste. And I think we have now a global R&D breakthrough, and this waste can be utilized as a manufactured soil, which we call it turba in Arabic. We believe this is a great thing for the UAE, for the world, and we believe basically in a rule of thumb, it said that the soil is basically textile carbon sink, which basically can absorb the CO2. 20% of the world's CO2 can be absorbed by the soil in every day. This role, I think, under pressure and challenge, I don't think it will hold for some time. And we believe with our EGA manufactured soil, the early indication from our research and development stated that the absorption capacity and the properties of CO2 is 10 times better than the natural soil we have in the UAE. So we are happy about this new innovation, and we are looking forward. It's still in the lab. We do have, by the way, whoever interested, we have a good display in Mubadala Pavilion. So you can see our turba products there with the small plants, but trust me, we'll scale it very quickly. The last thing we are working on is basically the aluminum recycling process. Now, we believe this is one of the main initiatives for our industry to decarbonize our products. So basically, because of that reason, the industry will increase secondary smelting and recycle aluminum will increase by 80% by 2050. So we want to be part of the journey. We want to basically help our customer to be decarbonized. We want to also invest not only in the UAE, we want to invest globally next to our customer so they can decarbonize faster, and we can help them also to reduce Scope 3 emissions. Recycling, as I mentioned, has big demand. So at the moment in year 2022, it's around 27 million tons. We believe by 2040 will be 57 million tons. So it's a long way to go for us, and we are excited about this opportunity. And we will be basically commencing our construction of the first aluminum secondary smelter in the Middle East, hopefully next month. It's 170,000 tons. We will be using basically the scrap from our operation, from our customers, and also whatever left in the UAE. Because UAE at the moment is net exporter of aluminum scrap. We'd like to add value to our natural resources, and we believe this is a very important step. We're taking it further. And early this year also we formed the Aluminum Recycling Coalition with the help of our partners here. We have basically can manufacturer, we have beverage manufacturers, and also waste management here. So I think together we'll increase the awareness and promote the recyclability of aluminum in the UAE. Thank you.
Thank you. What I took from your answer is also how many different loops you're looking at. So you've got the industrial symbiosis partnership, which is quite upstream, working with another partner in your supply chain. And then you're also looking at the recycling to grow that as well. And actually, in all these cases, it's not really about, it's trying to keep the aluminium in a loop for the aluminium sector, because right at the beginning you said there is need for aluminium. So to be finding the sources from within the sector, which from a waste management point of view is also valuable, because then you're alleviating the pressure on the pure waste management systems, because you're finding uses sort of tighter within your industry itself. Thank you for sharing those. I still want to stick with business. So Hannah, in the consultancy work that you do, you obviously work with lots of different companies. How open do you find them to working with you in these sort of system transformation opportunities? Are they ready to look at circular business models? Are they ready to look at circular design opportunities with you?
So I think that's a very good and interesting question. And first of all, I firmly believe that there's a clear case for the circular economy. The circular economy enables de-risking of investment, it enables decoupling growth from resource consumption, and of course the reason why we're all here is it enables CO2 reduction, and we need to decarbonize. As you previously said, 45% of emissions originate from the way we produce and consume our products. So reaching the Paris Agreement and the Global Methane Pledge is connected to upstream circular economy as well. Now, when we have a look at industries, what we see at the moment is a partial adoption of circular economy practices. For example, the fashion industry, we see a lot of second life or reuse there. In the industrial space, what we just heard, a huge focus on recycling. We just heard the case about recycled aluminum and focusing on aluminum scrap. And these are all fantastic initiatives, but they are incremental. So it's not a radical change of perspective, a business model change. And that is what we actually need to do in order to tackle the entire 45% of emissions. And in order to do that, what you just mentioned, we need to focus on design. Because if we haven't designed the product in the right way, stopping at the handover point to the customer, then we won't be able to tackle those emissions. We need to keep the entire end of life or product from beginning to end of life in focus. And let me take the example of a car. If we design a car, for example, and we don't keep end of life in mind, we will not design it in a way so that we can repair it properly. We cannot refurbish and remanufacture. We cannot recycle efficiently because we don't have monomaterials. And we will not be able to, in the end, trace the car and really bring the parts back and also reduce harmful substances. So that is really clear. It all sounds very good, and the reasons are there. The question is, why are we not doing this? And there's, from industry to industry, there's several challenges they're currently facing. But I think the common one is an ecosystem collaboration challenge, because what companies need to learn and need to work with is that they can't solve the challenge by themselves. They need to collaborate. They need to collaborate with regulators. They need to collaborate within their value chain, both on the customer as well as on the supplier side. They need to collaborate with competitors, which is a huge challenge, but which needs to happen in order to develop new standards. And they really need to rethink everything new. And I don't want to end this on a negative note, but more on a positive note, because I think overall the good news is we do have the capabilities as a global society. We do have the technologies available, so we can do this. We can close the climate loop.
Great, thank you. And I love that you mentioned the car, because when we're talking about climate change, so often there's so much focus on going to EV, which we do need to do, but we can't just go to EV in a linear system. We need to be thinking about how those batteries can be kept in use and also the other materials in the car as well. So it's a great example, particularly when you're making the connection to the climate loop. In terms of the sectors that you work with, you mentioned fashion, you mentioned vehicles. Do you also work with the agricultural sector as well, or are you primarily focused on the industrial side?
Yes, we also work with the agriculture sector, and I think we also had some good examples there about, for example, soil as one of the of course, levers to decarbonize, and I think circular economy and the agricultural sector is another big big lever in order to decarbonize.
Yeah, I've been very encouraged by how many discussions I've heard here at COP28 about regenerative agriculture and the need to design out food loss and waste. And I think there's more on that coming. So I think, again, that systems transformation, we also see it with the sectors and industries that we work with, like how it applies to many. Did you want to add?
Yes, I would like, I think I would like to re-engage with you after the panel discussion. But I would like to mention is this is typical for aluminium. Aluminium considered nowadays the most recycled aluminium globally among all the base metals. And we can recycle it without losing the mechanical properties of the materials, which is great. So it's come as a brand new. And I don't think any other metal can basically stand the chance to do so. And also would like to mention, her point, this is correct, is basically incremental increase in the production if you're talking about recycled aluminium. But from decarbonization point of view, why we are doing it? Because we would like to reduce our CO2 footprint for our metal. Now we were the first company in the world to produce aluminium based on solar, and that helped us to reduce our CO2 in this product. We call it Celestial, and basically the CO2 was 4 tons per ton. Now if we blend it with the recycled materials, it will come below 3, closer, let's say below 4, closer to 3. And this is considered to be the greenest metal in the world, and this is on high demand globally. And we would like to do so. So thank you for raising this point.
I think between the two of you, you're also really bringing out that the circular economy and the principles that I outlined at the beginning, they're not adaptable, the principles are fixed, but they're applicable, sorry, is the word, to all industries. And then as you're finding the solution by industry, by material, by product, that's where you need to understand the properties and what's possible. But I do like your point that because we're talking about a systems transition, we should all be making steps now, and as all the steps happen, the steps will become bigger, and the transition will, from a linear to a circular economy will become truly circular. Great. It's not all about businesses. It's also about cities and regions, and today is the Urbanization Cities and Regions Built Environment Day. The region of Catalonia has been doing quite a lot on circular economy. The region has, the cities within it have. I'm aware Barcelona has been doing some things. So could you share some examples of what the circular economy looks like from the region of Catalonia?
Good afternoon, everybody. A lot of things to say about the Catalan model, and only a few minutes. But let me start saying that the government of Catalonia has approved the Green and Circular Strategy in 2015, some years ago, the 2030 Catalan Bioeconomy Strategy in 2021, and now is currently developing the Circular Economy Roadmap. The government has multiple specific programs and strategies, for example, the Eco-Design Strategy, very important, and the program Proaction Green to support business transition. A relevant instrument to boost the circular economy among the quadruple helix stakeholders is the Catalunya Circular Observatory, an innovation hub and a meeting point of companies and institutions of the regional level and the local level too, to share circular solutions and strategies that is working since 2016. And also, as a government, we have launched several subsidies for companies, entities, and public authorities that intend to foster the implementation of circular economy. As an example, between 2016 and 2021, the Catalan Waste Agency has awarded subsidies to 652 companies. For a total amount of 36 million euros, which have mobilized a total investment of 86 million euros for the companies. Efforts and actions of the government of Catalonia are focused on those sectors with the greatest business potential in the circular economy in Catalonia, being the textile sector one of our priorities. Catalonia is a textile region with an old historical tradition of manufacturing the textile. And we start the Circular Fashion Agreement, a successful and boosting action to engage the whole value chain in systemic projects. This Circular Fashion Agreement is a kind of open, transversal and innovative initiative to transform the textile sector towards the sustainability. You know, the textile sector is one of the world's largest consumers of resources with an enormous impact on climate and the environment. This agreement was launched in 2022. Today it has 107 members that are relevant public and private stakeholders from different links of the Catalan textile value chain, including manufacturers, retailers, designers, machine industry, waste managers, and regional and local authorities. This agreement has the goal to transform the way the textile sector in Catalonia produces, supplies and consumes and also use clothing and textiles in order to reduce the textile waste. And finally, very quickly, this month we will approve the Circular Economy Roadmap for Catalonia, who aims to boost the transition of Catalonia towards a more circular economy with a first action plan, 2 years action plan, 23-25, deploying 80 actions corresponding to 16 different thematic areas such as industrial symbiosis, public procurement, or circular jobs. We know that it's very ambitious, but for Catalonia, circular economy is in the center of our policies and is a priority for us.
And that's economic policies and climate policies? That's what it's in the center of? Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Great. Thank you so much for letting us have an insight into that. And I loved how you mentioned like public procurement, jobs and skills, industrial symbiosis. It's a great example of the different ways in which governments can actually engage with this. And subsidies as well, you were mentioning like business support programs. We hope we've given a flavor of what the circular economy can look like. And it's important to note that obviously there's the government role, there's the business role, there's the cities and regions role. We haven't really brought out finance on this panel, but finance also has an absolutely key role in making sure this transition happens. So thank you very much to my esteemed panel for the different contributions you've made. And with that, I'd like to hand over to our closing speaker. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, esteemed panelists. Thank you, Miranda, for this insightful conversation on circular economy and for the use case studies here that we have. And indeed, last but not least, to close today's event and the fruitful discussions, I am honored to invite on stage Maimouna Mohammed Sharif, the Executive Director of UN Habitat, to give the closing remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Minister of Climate Change and Environment, Miriam binti Muhammad Said Harib Al-Hiri from UAE, Honorable Mayor Elizabeth Sake from Accra Metropolitan Assembly in Ghana, distinguished speakers, excellencies, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good afternoon to all of you. I extend my gratitude to the organizers for convening this timely event. Your dedication to addressing the critical issue of waste management and its profound impact on climate change is not only commendable, but crucial for the well-being of our planet. Today's discussion have underscored a simple yet compelling fact. There is no time to waste. The urgency to address the global waste crisis and its effect on our climate is evident. Now, more than ever, decisive and immediate actions is needed. I would therefore urge us all to support the call to action to join the Waste to Zero initiative as a catalyst for meaningful change. Change will come from each and every single of us. We have to change as an individual. We have to change our behavioral pattern, and it will require a behavioral change to rethink, to reduce, to reuse, to recycle. Instead of 3R, we are promoting 4R by including the first R, rethink in whatever that we do. The second panel discussion focused on fostering inclusive and sound waste management to minimize and prevent waste. All stakeholders from national and local government, civil society, the private sector, academia, to communities, individuals, women and youth have a key role to play in achieving zero waste. Promoting zero waste initiative can help advance all the goals and targets in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including Sustainable Development Goal 11 on making cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable Development Goal 12 on ensuring sustainable consumption and production pattern. Excuse me. The importance of positioning circularity as a fundamental principle in reimagining waste management underscores its roles as a key enabler for the effective implementation of nationally determined contribution or NDCs. This can build on the 10th year framework of programs on sustainable consumption and production to showcase examples and success stories of how circular economy practices align with the enhanced climate action goals. In addition, UN Habitat Waste-Wise Cities tool can contribute to the development and promotion of metrics for assessing the environmental and economic impacts of circular economy initiative. Moreover, I'm pleased to mention that UN Habitat, with the Executive Office of the Secretary General and our sister agency UNEP, is providing support to the UN Secretary General Advisory Board on Zero Waste. Excuse me. In its 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, through Resolution 77/161, on the 22nd December 2022, mandated the Secretary General to establish an advisory board for 3 years, emphasizing the urgency of addressing waste-related challenges. The board will disseminate best practices and success stories and raise awareness to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The panel discussing waste management clearly highlighted the importance of supporting local government in developing sustainable and well-resourced waste management strategies, coupled with strong awareness, raising the education which encourages individuals to reduce their environmental footprint and embrace mindful consumption and responsible disposal practices. The success of any zero waste initiative needs to be built on the commitment and leadership of local communities and also local authorities. Allow me to spotlight two initiatives: the African Clean Cities Platform, or ACCP, and the Waste-Wise Cities Network. The ACCP is a knowledge-sharing, capacity development, and investment promotion platform for improved solid waste management in Africa. The initiative started with 24 representatives from Africa in 2017 and has grown to a network of 173 cities from 46 countries. The platform is supported by the Ministry of Environment of Japan, and UN Habitat has been hosting the Secretariat since 2019. On the other hand, the Waste-Wise Cities Network enhances waste management and resource efficiency in over 300 cities and with 1.2 billion inhabitants and over 70 affiliates. These are not just statistics. They represent improved living conditions, reduced environmental degradations, and enhanced resilience in the face of climate change. Building on this, ensuring a just transition for those informally collecting and recovering waste is vital. This transition is not only addresses environmental concerns, but also prioritizes the well-being and the livelihoods of the individuals. By leaving no one and no place behind, we secure their future, fostering a sustainable shift that benefits both communities and the environment. In conclusion, the title of this session aptly reminds us there is no time to waste. With the launch of the Waste to Zero initiative today, under the UAE presidency, it is crucial to recognize that we must engage everyone, fostering collaboration across research, public, private, and people partnership. I always promote the principle of 4P, public, private, people partnership. It is imperative that we collectively rethink, reduce, reuse, and recycle, and laying the foundation for a sustainable future that benefits all. I would like to congratulate the UAE on the important Waste to Zero initiative. As UN Habitat, we look forward to building synergies and collaborating with you on making this initiative a success. Excellencies and colleagues, there is no time to waste water. There is no time to waste food. There is no time to waste energy. There is no time to waste our limited valuable resources. There is no time to waste our limited finance. There is no time to waste time. The time to action is now. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة، في ختام هذه الجلسة نشكركم على الحضور. نود أن نلفت انتباهكم أننا ندير جدولا ضيقا للغاية اليوم. يرجى مغادرة
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to host this next session, would you please welcome to the stage Heavy Emitting Sector Lead for COP28 UAE, Mr. Ramha Al-Shamsi.
Good evening, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And I'd like to also wish a good morning and a good afternoon to those joining us live online across the world. I'd like to begin by welcoming our guests here, our esteemed panelists in the audience, and thanking you all for coming to this important flagship event, bringing together change makers, trailblazers, from the land, air, and sea transport sectors. I'd like to first start by thanking all of our delivery partners for this session. This has been a long time coming, and it's through the support of our partner organizations such as the Air Transport Action Group, the International Transport Forum, the SLOCAT Partnership on Sustainable Low Carbon Transport, and of course, the UN High-Level Champions team. It has been through the support of my friends and colleagues, and with all the familiar faces that I see here in the audience, that we have been able to get to this room today. Here on the main stage of Al-Waha Theatre and on Transport Day of COP28 UAE, it has been a long journey together to get here, but we have finally arrived at this inflection point, at these crossroads. And yes, that was a transport pun. Joking aside, just one building over, our colleagues in the negotiations teams are working on undertaking the UAE presidency's mandated role on undertaking the global stocktake to the Paris Agreement. This is the first time since Paris that we as a globe are collectively coming together to understand where we are since we've agreed to the Paris Agreement goals and how far off course we are. I don't think we need to wait for the results of the global stocktake to know that we are definitely and severely off track. Ladies and gentlemen, the need to transform the transport sectors is urgent, and we must act swiftly. Our friends from our partner organizations, including SLOCAT, have laid out stark numbers in the Transport, Climate and Sustainability Global Status Report that was released earlier this year. Let me list some facts from that report in order to start us off with a little bit of a background. Transport is the combustion sector with the fastest CO2 emissions growth from 2010 to 2019. Transport also accounts for 22% of global CO2 emissions as of 2019. While emissions took a massive decline due to COVID-19, I think all of us were happy to see the news then and seeing all of the photos of the smog being cleared out of traditionally very polluted cities. It has actually had the strongest rebound out of any sectors since the end of COVID-19. However, it's not all gloom and doom. In fact, we as the COP28 UAE presidency is proud to count amongst delivery partners the very entities that have been supporting the transformation of transport across land, air, and sea. This is an exciting moment, bringing these sectors and leaders together at COP28 and laying the foundation for further transformation of transport, helping we can ensure that we can put together transport and mobility systems on track for a 1.5-degree future. Thank you again for all of you being here and joining us. I have the honor of welcoming our first keynote speaker, Her Excellency Dr. Nawal Al-Hosseini, the UAE's permanent representative to IRENA and acting assisting undersecretary for green development and climate change at the UAE's Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. First, allow me to welcome you to the UAE. It is always a privilege to welcome the international community to my home and to our doors. The engagement we have had with you over the past week have given us all hope. Hope that we can course correct towards a climate resilient future and keep 1.5 within reach. Our continued collaboration will be crucial to driving real, impactful, transformative change from now through to the end of the decade, with our mid-century net zero targets top of mind. As you all know, we stand at a crucial juncture of our journey towards a climate-positive, sustainable future. The battle against climate change is intensifying. The urgency for actions has never been greater. As a vital artery of our global economy, the transport sector has emerged as a pivotal battleground in the fight against climate change. As you heard from Rahma, it accounts for 22% of the global CO2 emissions. Freight emissions alone represent a growing share of that figure, which currently stand at 42%. In the face of these eye-opening figures, the question looms large. How do we steer our transport system towards the net zero future we simply must achieve? The UAE recognizes the significance of this challenge and has been at the forefront of driving transformative transport systems change. At the heart of our strategy lies the understanding that deep transformations are required in both the energy and transport sectors to align with a 1.5-degree scenarios, in line with the global demand. Second-generation nationally determined contributions, NDCs, have shown a significant increase in transport mitigation actions. However, while these efforts mark progress, they are not sufficient. We must aim higher and act faster. In the UAE, we know that action speaks louder than words. Our strategic approach to the transport-energy nexus is a testament to our commitment to decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors by prioritizing pro-environment, pro-people, and pro-growth policies. As one example, the UAE government has been a strong advocate for the adoption of electric vehicles. 6 years ago, the government launched the National Agenda for Sustainable Development. This includes a target of having 25% of all vehicles running in the UAE on clean energy by 2030. We are also pursuing sustainable modes of aviation. By 2030, we are aiming to develop the domestic sustainable aviation capacities to produce 700 million liters of sustainable aviation fuel on an annual basis. And just before COP28 began, ADNOC launched the region's first high-speed green hydrogen pilot refueling station to test a fleet of hydrogen-powered vehicles in Masdar City. By investing in R&D to advance our public transport systems and repurposing our national and international financing towards sustainable transport, we are proactively building a greener future underpinned by low-carbon models. At this year's climate talk, the COP28 presidency have embraced an ambitious approach by tackling the transport-energy nexus. One example is the Coalition for High-Ambition Multi-Level Partnership, CHAM, announced on December the 1st. The pledge has already seen 62 nations sign up to it. And it recognizes that cities and subnational jurisdictions are at the forefront of climate change with consequences for the built environment, transport, and energy. Ladies and gentlemen, by directly consulting with local and regional governments to formulate NDCs, the pledge aims to increase climate finance flows at subnational levels towards the decarbonization of transport systems. Throughout COP28, we have promoted sustainable modes of transport, with more than 70% of Blue Zone delegates using Dubai Autonomous Metro System. We have also introduced electric trucks for COP28 logistics and showcased one of the world's first electric fire trucks. These are not just talking gestures. They are practical examples of the changes we are championing. The path to decarbonizing transport is clear but challenging. It requires shift in mindset, policy, and practice. The Avoid, Shift, Improve framework have been central to strategies to scale access to sustainable, low-carbon transport and mobility over a decade. By avoiding unnecessary motorized trips, shifting to low-carbon intensive modes, and improving vehicle design and energy sources, we can steer our transport systems towards sustainability. We have frameworks, we have solutions, and we have the ambition to make transport a champion for ambitious decarbonization. Now, we must call on all climate leaders, policymakers, and influencers to accelerate the transition to efficient transport systems. Systems that are underpinned by rail, public transport, and renewable energy. It is our collective responsibility and an economic necessity to shift with the times. Together, we can build sustainable, climate-positive transport system. The time to unite for bold, decisive action is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those inspiring words. Again, hearing it coming directly from a primarily renewable energy player brings the importance of the transport and energy nexus to the forefront. And using the examples of the UAE, of course, being from there as well, we have really seen the shift in the transport ecosystem here. I was recalling in a previous session that in 2011, with the deployment of the Dubai Metro, it really felt like the entire city changed in its character. With that, I would like to now introduce our first panel and to invite them up on stage, being moderated by my close friend and the transport lead from the UN High-Level Champion Team, Mr. Mohammed Higazi. If all the panelists can also make their way up on stage.
Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. All right, so allow me to introduce myself. I am delighted to be your humble moderator for today. My name is Mohammed Higazi. I am the transport lead with the Climate Champions team. And the title of today's session is really putting transport and mobility systems on track, but also how to keep the ambition and the action alive. And on this note, I'd like to introduce our 5 panelists today. We will start with Dr. Yong-Tae Kim, the Secretary General of the International Transport Forum. And Dr. Yong-Tae, imagine I'm a government, the Paris Agreement. How do we keep it on track? What actions do governments need to take? And how does the ITF, the International Transport Forum, support governments in keeping these actions?
Thank you for the invitation and very good question. And the slogan that I hear most at every meeting of COP is from ambition to action. And basically, when I arrived in Dubai and I was coming from the airport to the hotel, I also saw a big slogan still saying from ambition to action. Then we very much talked about our ambition and goals and objectives defined by a lot of international entities, but basically, relatively, we less focused on the implementation the side. So basically, how can we make it happen should be more discussed. In this sense, I would like to point out several things in front of you. That the first thing that I would like to highlight is good governance in each member country, because in fact, we know that there is the negotiation going on in Dubai right now, and we know that the ministers of environment and ministers of foreign affairs, they're all participating, and ministers of transport are not yet there. Basically, we are a bit out of the the actors. But when we finish our COP meetings, basically, we have to go back to our country saying that, okay, we have this goal and we have this ambition and we need to do something together. But in the end, to make it happen, we really have to rely on local governments and also individuals and private companies and so on. So basically building a consensus why we should do it is very important. And we cannot really impose our goals to anybody in our society, especially in the democratic societies. So I think the interaction under the very efficient control tower in each country is very important. And also, I see in many cases that local governments are very much creative in bringing new methodologies and tools to make something happen. And basically, the central government can set a legal framework and set national guidelines, but in the end, within those frameworks, the local governments and other stakeholders can be really creative to bring new ideas and new tools to make something happen. So central government should collect the kind of best practices and try to share that through a relevant platform like ITF. We very much interact with central government, that's true, but nevertheless, we are also pay a lot of attention to the new initiative and new approach by cities as well. So I think that is also very important. And ITF in 2020, we launched the TCAT, the Transport Climate Action Directory. And before that, there was no official reference, but that TCAT has more than 80 measures the government can use, and each measure roughly provides rough estimation of CO2 reductions if they use it. So I think we have to also know that. And what is more important is that we should go for cross-sectoral collaboration. Nowadays, mobility and transport, if we talk to the transport expert, we cannot solve the problems of transport because there are a lot of extra dimensions that we didn't have in the past. So we now know transport has a social dimension, environmental dimension, and inclusive dimension, and safe dimension, all the different dimensions that didn't exist in the past. So I think through ITF and also lots of international platforms, we should really try to share the new ideas and work together with other sectors as well. And also, citizens should be intensified and they should get incentives from government. And the good regulation is very important because when we talk about regulation, it gives a bit of negative the perception. But nowadays, we are surrounded by a lot of uncertainty. Basically, good regulation is a good guideline, in fact. Now, how to make a good regulation is challenging, but we need to work on that together. So I think To sum up, basically now we have to add more dimensions to our discussions and our reflections, which requires a holistic approach.
Well, I really appreciate that you mentioned the cross-sectoral element. And especially from a technology perspective, we had our keynote speaker today by a representative of renewable energy, showing the deep relationship and synergy between the energy and transport sectors. Can you give me the top highlight in 30 seconds of the Energy and Transport Ministerial that ITF hosted yesterday with the IEA?
Yes, with my great pleasure, because it was very the new and innovative approach for us, international community, because already recently on a working level and even in the academia, there was the co-work of energy experts and transport experts, but maybe on the more official setting and at the top level, basically we didn't really work closely with each other. But back in 2021, when we had the COP26 meeting in Glasgow, for the first time we organized transport ministers, the meeting, roundtable, to discuss transport questions, knowing that transport generates 22% of the CO2 emissions in the planet. But at the time, it was really meaningful that we had the transport ministers sitting together, discuss our agendas. But last year in Egypt, we could not continue with that setting. But thankfully this year, yesterday, in UAE, one of our valued members of ITF, in this region, UAE is almost the single member of ITF. We need more countries to join the ITF. For example, Saudi Arabia is not yet member, Kuwait is not yet member. But in UAE, we could really meet together with the transport experts and transport ministers and environment ministers. And after that meeting, we got all the good feedbacks from participants, and because they really wanted to talk to each other, but there was no platform like that. But yesterday, we really made it happen. It was a starting point, and definitely we will develop it further, because now it's time for us to know more about each other and to create synergies and so on. And in Europe, where I work and where I live, and electrification is a very much hot topic. But the Brazil joined the ITF this year, and they also brought a new dimension to this reflection, and they focused on biofuels. And with the Clean Energy Ministerial under G20 presidency of India, they also developed the new alternative fuels for the clean energy the initiative. So I think all things considered, basically, we feel more responsible how to develop further our collaboration in different sectors. So in that sense, it was really meaningful that we concluded with great success yesterday's meeting.
Biofuels, alternative fuels, I'm glad that you referenced them, Dr. Yongtae, because we're also going to be talking about the maritime and aviation sectors today. But for a moment, I want us to focus first on the land transport sector. Dr. Yongtae, kamsahamnida, thank you for your intervention.
Shukran.
Moving on to our second panelist, Ms. Bronwyn, the CEO of WALK 21, Partnership for Active Travel and Health. PATH, what is it?
It's the future. PATH is the Partnership for Active Travel and Health. It's a loose coalition of organizations that came together after Glasgow COP. And for those of you who've been around the transport agenda for a while, and Yongtae's given us some of the elements of that history with the ministerial, we had the first transport declaration in Glasgow. And it was lots and lots and lots of bullet points about EVs, 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 EVs. And then right at the last, we got one bullet point that said public transport, walking and cycling. The research clearly demonstrates that we're not going to hit any of our targets if we don't do public transport, walking and cycling as part of the bag of solutions that we bring for our countries and for our cities. And so we formed this coalition to mobilize a voice for walking and cycling in the climate conversation. And for Sharm el-Sheikh last year, we brought the messages. What are those core messages about the value that walking and cycling bring to the climate conversation? Do they actually make a difference to emissions reductions? The answer is, of course, yes, but we collated the numbers and packaged it such that this morning, actually, at an event, a woman approached me and said, "Thank you so much for that. I use it all the time because it's giving us facts in a way that we can share it and communicate with others." And so this year, we've come to COP with an eye on the future, which is 2025, and the review of NDCs as our vehicle for moving the conversation forward about walking and cycling.
I'm glad that you referenced the NDCs. We just shared a session together at the Portugal Pavilion. I recommend the webcast for it. And in there, you showed us statistics that today only 10 countries actually have NDC in their NDCs targets for walking and cycling?
Not quite. So what we did as the Path Coalition, the second phase of our work, was to look at, reviewed all 197 UNFCCC countries. And we found that there was not a lot of value in a lot of those NDCs. But to come forward with something that would be valuable and useful for countries to not only write an NDC, but translate it into action in their countries, was to look at what are the national policy frameworks for walking and cycling. So we looked at all 197 country national policy frameworks for walking and cycling as well. And we didn't just do the numbers count, we did a quantitative and a qualitative analysis. But the numbers are shocking because out of 197, only 8 countries have an NDC and a national policy for walking and cycling. 8 countries out of 197. So there's a lot of room for improvement there. And what that means is that some countries have put up an NDC without any means by which they have a national leverage to actually implement that in their countries. And in other places, they've written their national policy, but that hasn't been lifted up into the NDC. And this is often a break between the ministerial departments responsible for these different dimensions. So it's not necessarily that countries have to do a lot more, but they have to join these things together. So from that group, we looked at the quality of the national policies and the quality of the NDCs, and we established a framework of KPIs for analysis around the status of those, the leadership, the ambition, the implementation, the evaluation, and we measured the quality of the national policies and the NDCs. And the truth is, we need to do more. We need to be more ambitious, and we need to spend more money in this space. Everyone wants more money. Well, I can tell you we're the best buy in the climate agenda in terms of the cost of implementing infrastructure, campaigns, capacity building, land use, and integration with public transport. Building for walking and cycling is a really great buy. And very often people will say, what national though? Walking and cycling is a local mode. And I've been hearing that for a long time. I've been talking about walking for 20 years, and I'm still hearing that walking is a local mode. But the national governments can enable it, they can prioritize it, they can free up investment, and they can integrate walking and cycling into their big infrastructure projects like public transport systems and road building programs. So we're not just here to highlight or to critique the countries and the framework that we are, but we are going to celebrate those 8. We've got a low baseline, so we've got somewhere to go, and the only way is up to improve the national agenda for walking and cycling. And we look forward to 2025 because we have developed an active mobility template NDC. It's got a vision, it's got goals, and it's got 20 actions that countries can adopt that have been drawn from all of the expertise and all of the national policies around the world to develop their own viable template NDC and look at how they can integrate it into implementation within their particular country parameters.
Ms. Bronwyn, thank you for walking us through the offering that is provided to help countries in their next NDCs integrate walking and cycling deeper. On this note, I'm delighted to welcome our third panelist, and close friend, Mr. Felipe Ramirez. You are the Urban Mobility Director of the World Resource Institute Center for Sustainable Cities. What's the state of climate action in the transport space this year?
Thank you, Mohammed. The first thing I would like to say is thank you to the COP presidency, the UAE presidency for inviting me here, but also for helping us to put transportation in a very high level on the conversation during this COP. It's very important. I hope in the future this keep going the same way. So recently, WRI, we launched the State of Climate Action report, where actually there we found some good outcomes and some other not that good. The good ones are, for example, that 65%, we find that there are 65% more sales on electric vehicles, which is great within the last 5 years. However, we know, and as it was just mentioned, that's just one part of it. And we really need more in terms of pedestrians, bicycles, and public transport systems. However, on the public transport system, there is a significant expansion of electric buses that we have seen so far, and I want to bring to the table two specific examples on this topic. The first one in India, it's an amazing example of how aggregating demand is working quite well. They already procure for 5,000 buses. They are already procuring now for 7,000 more, trying to reach the 20,000 very quick, and then in the future, short future, trying to get to the 50,000. That's not enough, of course, but it shows that aggregating demand and working together can help to shape this specific agenda. And I mention this because actually what happened in India is that the prices drop off something around between 24 to 27% compared to diesel buses because of this aggregation of demand. The second example I want to bring is Bogota. I was the Secretary of Mobility of Bogota and the CEO of Transmilenio in the previous years. And there we managed to bring to the city 1,485 electric buses. In that moment, the city had the biggest fleet, the biggest electric fleet of any city outside China, which was very good, and it showed how it is possible to make things to happen on the ground and to execute these kind of topics. And of course, there are some other good examples in other transport modes, such as in India, 40% of sales of auto rickshaws, which are the three-wheelers there, are electric right now. That's good news in terms of how electrification is coming to our cities. And over 90 kilometers have been built within the last years of BRT from Guadalajara to Dar es Salaam. However, there are also very bad news. Right now, we are needing more than 6 times, to accelerate more than 6 times, the infrastructure that we are building in our cities in order to be able to reach the target of net zero in 2050. There is also a need of building 2 kilometers of protected bike lanes for every 1,000 residents in our cities, going on the same way that was just mentioned here, that we should build networks together in order to have people walking, biking, and using the public transport systems. And of course, this is all related to the fact that we have to double the share of fossil fuels free land transport by 2030, that I will talk a little bit on that topic later. So there are some things that we cannot forget. Sometimes people, when we are talking about transportation, think that we are talking about buses, trains, and all these tangible things that are around transportation. But they forget we are talking actually about people. What about the just transition? What about the inclusion? What about that social justice that we are building together when we are deciding how our cities are designed to provide space for children or elder and everyone in between? So on that path of decarbonization, and again, meaning decarbonization not only to electrify our fleets, but to work with pedestrians and bicycles, we need to electrify our vehicles, build safe walking and biking networks, prioritize our public transport, and here I want to make a call that I made already during the COP, and it's to include our informal transportation with our NDCs. That would be a great idea to have targets on that matter. And then also, of course, the medium and heavy-duty vehicles is a very important thing to include in our analysis that we are doing right now.
We heard about the good news. We heard about the bad news. You told us about the need for a just transition. In the next cycle of the NDCs, what are the top 2, the top 3 items that you want to see in these NDCs? What would make the next NDC cycle successful from your perspective and knowledge base?
So during the COP, we worked very hard on two specific topics during this COP. The first one was the launch of Active Initiative with the Netherlands, which is looking to finance and to work on capacity building for active mobility within cities. And the second one is a call to action to double the share of fossil fuel-free land transport by 2030. This is a very important call to action, and I'm happy to announce here that we already got 2 countries signing this call to action, Chile and Colombia, and we're looking for some more countries to sign it up. And why is this important on this specific topic of NDCs? I want to urge parties to join this call to action, which is talking about electrification, modal shift, and other efficiency improvements. And it is important because you already mentioned that. We analyzed the NDCs as well. And transportation is mentioned is something around 39%, but just mentioned. We need to get to the targets. There are not many targets on the NDCs. And we have 2 years until we launch the next NDCs. So we want to work with countries in order to have these targets set for in the next NDCs. So 2024 should be a banner year to raise these ambitions and think a real system change on the NDCs. But and I think I want to echo what you just mentioned as well in terms of the national policies and how we engage with the communities in order to build these NDCs. That's another tool that we have on our hands in order to be able to achieve these things that we want. But something very interesting happened during this COP, and is that cities had were in the main stage at some point. So we worked with Bloomberg in order to launch the Local Climate Action Summit that happened during the COP. And it's a very interesting, it was a very interesting moment to analyze and to understand that actually cities are the one executing all what is happening on the ground. So something also very relevant and very inspirational, I think, would be to see with the, on the NDCs during the next 2 years, how cities or the work that the cities are doing is included in the NDCs. That will help again also in the agenda to advance faster. Definitely we're very behind and we have to run much more in order to have the targets that we want. So just to summarize, let's seek high-level targets on transport. Let's raise ambition in NDC, and let's put the finance together to back it up. And here, I want to make an invitation to all of you. Next year, in March 19 and 20, we are hosting with the World Bank in Washington, D.C., our Transforming Transportation. And we are going to focus specifically on finance. So you are all invited to join us there to talk a bit more on the finance piece, which is very important. It's going to take very important relevance again during the next round of NDCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Johanna Christensen is the CEO of the Global Maritime Forum. I'll start by admitting my personal guilt. I've been working in transport for 10 years, and it took me a while to really understand that maritime and aviation are part of transport, because we often confuse it with land transport. And through seeing what's happening in the maritime sector, I became a nerd watching the first methanol ship pass through the Suez Canal earlier this year. The Getting to Zero Coalition, tell me about it. What do I need to know? What does the audience need to know?
So the Getting to Zero Coalition is an alliance of over 200 companies and other stakeholders from across the maritime value chain. That includes shipping companies, shipbuilding, ports, international institutions, financial institutions, energy sector, etc., speaking to the point that you made before about connecting transport and energy. And so all of these stakeholders are working together to make zero-emission shipping a scalable reality by 2030 towards full decarbonization by 2050 at the latest. And they've been working together for 4 years since the coalition was launched and have been particularly focused on 2 areas. The first area is policy action, advocating at the International Maritime Organization for ambitious policy frameworks, and industry action, which is about testing of technologies at industrial scale to put us in a place where they are a scalable reality within this decade. So that's the Getting to Zero coalition, and there's a lot that companies are doing in that context, right? One is this advocacy piece that I talk about, and of course the next is this experimentation. So working together across the sector at testing technologies, at putting them into practice, at developing the new business models that are needed to make green solutions that are more costly than the solutions that we have today, including in shipping, make them viable, commercially viable, and bring them to the market.
So Philippe mentioned earlier how aggregating demand can lower the cost. And earlier today, at the GCA event in the morning, we heard a representative from Maersk say that when they adopted a target 5 years ago, they didn't even know how to achieve it. And now we're hearing today a headline that maritime is going towards a fossil fuel-free future. What does that look like? Can you maybe tell us about the technology and how aggregating demand supports that?
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, there are two key pieces that help us get there. Earlier this year, over the summer, the International Maritime Organization that regulates the maritime sector made a gigantic leap forward in putting us on the right direction to a zero-emission future for shipping, in adopting a greenhouse gas strategy that sets very ambitious near-term and long-term targets. Now, that needs to be turned into a set of policy measures that will happen over these next few years. But nevertheless, it is a huge leap forward. And it means that the sector as a whole has a clear view of the pathway that it needs to be on in order to meet a zero-emission future. In terms of aggregating demand, well, that is actually true throughout the entire maritime value chain. There are many initiatives, some of which we are involved in, including the Getting to Zero coalition, that look at aggregating demand in different parts of the value chain. One part of aggregating demand is for the fuels, the green fuels that will power shipping in the future, including green methanol, green ammonia, and other renewable energy-based fuels that will be needed in shipping. Another part of the value chain where we are aggregating demand is at the consumer end of things. So the companies that buy shipping services. There's a wonderful alliance of consumer goods companies called COSEV, Cargo Owners for Zero Emission Vessels, that are working together to set clear targets for when they will phase out fossil fuel shipping of their goods. They've set a deadline of 2040. They've established a clear pathway towards it, and they are already now issuing requests for proposals from companies to deliver zero-emission or near-zero-emission shipping services within this next year. So they've already issued their first RFP. They will be issuing more over these coming years. So these are all different ways of aggregating demand in the value chain.
So, Ms. Johanna, you underscored the importance of the corporates in the maritime sector to come together, but also of the IMO as the forum for governments to come together and set the strategy, the targets, the objectives, as Dr. Yongtae started the conversation with. But if we move away from the fuels and the technology and think about the workers, can you tell us in 1 minute about the just transition? Or maybe more than 1 minute. It's an important topic. Take your time.
If that's okay. Well, I mean, I think the point that you made before about not really thinking about maritime and aviation necessarily as part of the sort of transportation sector, I think it's worth reminding ourselves that somewhere between 80 and 90% of everything gets transported by sea. And so with its key role in global trade, the maritime sector, it touches everyone. It touches you and me. It touches all of us as individuals, and it touches all economies. And so in progressing towards a zero-emission future, it's really, really important that no one is left behind in that transition. And especially in a multilateral process like at the IMO, like right here at COP, all countries need to be able to see their needs met. And we see three key opportunities for this in which the maritime sector can support a just and equitable transition. So the first one is about the unlocking the really specific opportunity that exists for a lot of countries around the world to produce and export fuels, the green fuels that the shipping sector will need to power its zero-emission journey. These fuels will be produced in any country that has abundant renewable energy capacity, and that includes many, many countries around the world, both in the north and the south, east and west. And shipping sector will need these fuels to decarbonize, and the companies in the sector will play a key role in unlocking this opportunity by investing in renewable fuel production around the world. And we're seeing a lot of that happening already. So there are investments going into Morocco, Namibia, Egypt, to Oman, in Chile, Colombia, right here in the UAE. So there are many, many, many companies that are investing in this production of fuels around the world. And so what we think is, if done right, that means that it's not only an opportunity for direct investments, for creating an export market for these countries, but that these investments can also improve access to clean energy for local communities, for sustainable jobs in this new clean energy sector, capacity building and skills development, air quality and other environmental benefits.
And what about the other two benefits? In bullet points, please.
Yes, there's so much to say. So the second really important one is upskilling of seafarers. The International Transport Federation suggests that in 2030, we're going to need 450,000 seafarers who have the skills to handle these new green fuels. And by 2040, it will be more than 1 million.
And the last point?
And so upskilling means better, higher paying jobs. And the third point is that companies can continue to advocate for justice and equity to be included in policy frameworks as we go forward.
Thank you very much. And on this point, we move to our final speaker, Mr. Mohammed Jamal, Special Advisor to the President of the Islamic Development Bank. And we will shift the conversation to talk about adaptation. In the maritime sector, when the ship was stuck in the Suez Canal, everybody understood what resilience of supply chains means. What does the just transition in adaptation sector look like? Tell us about your experience, and maybe I reflect on the experience of Derna in Libya. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Mohammed, and good evening, good afternoon to everybody. First, let me thank the COP presidency for giving us the opportunity, the Islamic Development Bank, to be participating in this forum. And again, my colleagues and the forum, everybody's talking about the climate and the challenges, linking it with transport, energy, and I'm sure everybody here maybe know better than myself. Before I answer your question, let me just share a personal note. I'm from Saudi Arabia, and I'm originally from the city of Medina. And for those who go to Mecca, Medina, through Jeddah for pilgrims or Umrah, they used to face this, difficulty of transport, like regular normal transport using cars and buses. A few years ago, with the introduction of the rail, going from Jeddah all the way to Mecca or Medina right now, you arrive at the airport in Jeddah, in a few minutes you find the rail, you go to Mecca in, I don't know, about maybe less than 35 minutes, and then you go to Medina in less than 2 hours. It used to take us 2 hours to go to Mecca, and then 4 hours or 5 hours to Medina. Wow, this is amazing. And I'm sure everybody is looking forward for such thing. This is just a personal note. Now, the Islamic Development Bank is an MDB, which is a South-South organization serving 57 countries and even more. We're facing challenges with countries because 28 or more, or even about 28 of our countries are fragile or conflict countries. So we have to deal with these demands of our member countries. Now, on this regard, being again a South-South organization, we have to look into When we're talking about just transition, then again, we're talking about a just adaptation, whether it is in energy or transport or other sectors. As a matter of fact, today, the climate is at cross-cutting in all the sectors that we deal with in the Islamic Development Bank projects. Of course, I would like to say that energy and transport constitute the highest percentage of our project in the bank. Now, when we're talking about just transition and then the adaptation, then again, the issue about inclusiveness, about sustainability, about leaving no one behind. We're looking into the selection of the right type of project, the type of investment, the scrutiny, and again, the matrix that we look into when we look into the investments and the projects are right now taking shape. Now, when we're talking about leaving no one behind, then we have to manage the issues about serving all our member countries, serving all communities, serving all societies, gender issues, we're serving youth, we're serving women, even the disabled. When we're talking about smart transport, again, we have to take all of these into consideration. That's aside from, again, the issue about low carbon, again, the smart cities, the smart transport, and all of that. Just to give some statistics, when it comes to climate, and again, transport and energy constitute a big number. Back in COP27 last year, the Islamic Development Bank announced $13.8 billion for climate action projects or activities. We and our partners in the Arab Coordination Group, which is the Arab funds, also announced in the same event $24 billion for climate action. Just a few days ago, just 2 days ago, there was an announcement here in COP, also from the Arab Coordination Group, that $10 billion out of this $24 billion will be going for energy transition. And we're talking about energy transition, we're not leaving transport behind. Again, transport is there. Also, on the 9th of November, there was a conference in Saudi Arabia where there was an announcement by the Arab Coordination Group, including the Islamic Development Bank, of $50 billion for Africa. And be mindful of the time, it constitutes integration, you're talking about transport, energy, all type of sector. So these are some examples about what the Islamic Development Bank is doing in that regard. Internally, we have announced that we are targeting by 2025 that 30% of all our investments and projects are going to be green, sustainable, and going with the climate. So far, right now, we have reached 33%, so I think we're on the right track. Also, $5 billion worth of sukuk, which is kind of like similar to bonds, are green sukuk and sustainable sukuk. And these are all going to projects that are going to climate action, including clean transport, energy, and other activities. So, in a way, we're trying as much as we can as an MDB to address these challenges. The challenges are big. There is steady, gains in that regard, but the challenges keep on and on. But despite of the challenges, I'm sure there are lots of opportunities for all of us to work together. And let me just end in that point, that this is not only the work of the financial institution, this is including governments, private sector, philanthropy, civil societies, NGOs. We have to work together to find the right solution and the right approach to address this challenge.
Well, the clock is ticking red, but I will ask you a final question. Today, earlier in our transport roundtable, we heard, I believe, the EIB or the EBRD say that they're only going to invest in zero-emission buses going onwards. We heard the call. We heard them say that they do climate risk assessments. We heard the call for them to do labor impact assessments. I'm really grateful about the numbers you mentioned, but what does it mean in the transport portfolio of the ISDB? How does it change looking forward, and maybe in 1 or 2 bullet points?
Sure, thank you. Again, we're part of the MDB club. So again, we're aligned with the Paris Agreement. We're aligned with the SDGs. We're working with the MDBs very closely with the IFIs and all of that. And again, here, the issue about our portfolio, then again, the selectivity of the investment that we choose. Again, we look into the risk matrix, as I mentioned. Internally, again, all our staff right now, and again, our procedures and guidelines are all adhered to ensure that all the investments and the programs are aligned. We're working with our member countries. Capacity building is very important. Knowledge sharing is important. The issue of innovation and using technology is very important. sustainability, inclusiveness, and all of that. And maybe to give, because of being mind of the time, just to give examples. Right now, we have worked in Senegal in projects dealing with rail, and you would imagine, like moving in Dakar, using the rail vis-a-vis the heavy traffic in there. In Turkey, we have been involved with the government in the transport, in the railway program, where we're involved in the railways, corridors, establishment of locomotive, creation of, again, corridors that are all using kind of like energy efficiency, low carbon, et cetera, et cetera. Just to conclude, in Morocco, also we're involved in highways that are very smart, looking into kind of shorter distances, more efficient, to reduce emission, to reduce carbon, et cetera. And last but not least, even in Pakistan, just to give another example, also we're involved in transport, in highway corridors, in areas where, again, this issue about emission, the distance, efficiency, and also kind of like trying to find some smart solutions into there. So these are just maybe a few, I would say, measures that we have undertaken to look into the portfolio, serving the member countries, and address these, again, the challenges of the transport and energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed. Shukran laka. A big applause for our panel. Thank you very much for this insightful discussion. And on this note, I would like to invite Rahma Shamsi to return to the stage and to take us to the next point. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you to Mohammed Higazi again for taking us through that conversation, and to our esteemed panelists who really showed us how much of a wide-ranging issue transport decarbonization is. I think an important point to reiterate from that conversation is the avoid, shift, and improve framework in that order. Thank you, of course, to Walk 21 for 20 years pushing forward the avoid and shift aspect of this. And again, being that today's session is taking place during the multi-level action, Sustainable Cities and Transport Day at COP28, shows the interlinkages and the importance of making those conversations happen, right? Transport can't decarbonize by itself. It needs to happen at the national, the regional, and the local level. Another point I think that was important is the just transition that was brought up, of course, by the Global Maritime Forum, in order to ensure that the people involved in those systems are able to keep up with the transition and the transformation that we need in order to keep ourselves with the Paris Agreement targets. On that note, that's a perfect segue to our next portion of today's session, in which we will be listening to some snapshots of enabling policies for transport decarbonization. I'd like to ask our first speaker to come up to the stage, Mr. Maudzi Bayotas, the youth representative from AMO SUP Seamen's Training Center.
Good evening, everyone. I am Maudzi Bayotas, a seafarer for more than 5 years. And my initial involvement in seafaring is not actually by choice, but by practicality and necessity. In a country like ours, the Philippines, wherein job opportunities are scarce and the level of compensation is inadequate for a comfortable living, we see seafaring as like a fairy godmother in a Cinderella fairy tale story, wherein it's a means of pulling out from the stepmother's locked closet towards the midnight ball of comfortable living for us and for our family. Seafaring, as many of you might know, is not only about traveling the world for free, earning buttloads of money. Seafaring is a profession that is found in blood and sweat, of numbers of toiling in the isolated seas away from our loved ones. With the recent trend of the maritime transport towards green shipping, our job as seafarers have become more complex in nature. We seafarers are inherently all in for the movement towards green shipping and cleaner transport. Who, after all, among us here, wants to inherit a place that is not sustainable and not greener to the future generations, like our grandkids and our kids, right? On behalf of all the seafarers that are sailing across the 7 seas right now, we only have a simple request. As we collectively push ourselves towards a collective goal of climate action. And that simple request comes in 2 simple words, and that is just transition. And I'm happy that just transition was emphasized in the earlier discussion in the first panel. I myself, being a seafarer during the emergence of decarbonization and digitalization, as a first-hand experience of tirelessly working overtime to familiarize with the new equipment installed on board. I myself has a first-hand experience of spending more than half of my vacation being away from my family. I myself has a first-hand experience of tirelessly being bounded or hounded by stress because of the increased documentation brought by more regulations. And I myself has been insecure of the future of our employability in which we dedicated our whole life into. We have discussions with some of my seafarer friends with the same age range, and we have come to a common sentiment that this digitalization and decarbonization should have an effect that will put off the load from us. But in reality, the effect is somehow quite the opposite. Our union, AMUSUP, has been tirelessly exerting effort to involve Filipino seafarers in the creation of the climate action. Comprising of more than thousands of seafarers, we have mapped a just transition roadmap for our member seafarers from the determination of the skills gaps towards initiative developments for the addressing of those gaps. In fact, we are currently in a momentous occasion as we are about to launch a Green Seafaring Initiative project which is focused more on the upskilling and reskilling of our member seafarers. However, global problems requires global solutions through global cooperations. That's why it's very important for us to connect with other seafarer unions all across the globe through the efforts of the International Transport Workers Federation. Last COP26, a very important milestone was reached with the development of the Maritime Just Transition Task Force. With the help of our partners, the ICS, the ILO, the IMO, and the UN Global Compact. This task force is very important because it gives a humane touch to the central solution of climate action in the shipping industry. And this is the first ever tripartite at the industry level of giving voice to us seafarers. Currently, the task force is working hard on the implementation of the action plans. Just last week, a training framework, which was sponsored by the Lloyd's Register, for the ships or for the seafarers who are assigned on low-level emission ships have been initiated. So let me share you some 2 interesting points about this project. First and foremost is that the seafarer unions have been heavily involved with the development of the framework itself. Second, the proponent of this project is expeditiously progressing to prepare the seafarers now of the challenges of the future. moving forward from our hearts, from the seafarers' hearts, because we want a just transition with the heart. One of the possible interventions that we would like to recommend is the streamlining of the inspections and audit mechanisms, because more than 50% of our work on board is comprised of documentation. It's quite funny, actually. You have a digital files, digital records caused by the development of technology, and then you have to transfer it to a traditional format, a paper format, because that's what the regulators are asking us. So it may be just a little intervention, but for us, it will come a long way. It will have a huge impact. Here at COP28, I have the opportunity to have discussions with other young workers of other sectors, and we came into a common sentiment that the voice of workers are very important for the success of the climate solution towards just transition. And in my closing remarks, in ships, we are forming watches. It's an integral part of the operation towards the attainment of the goal. This watch is comprised of many crew members with respective duties and responsibilities. If the shipping industry now is forming a watch, metaphorically, towards greener shipping, sustainable transport, it just makes absolute sense that we seafarers will take part in this watch. Thank you very much.
We now welcome to the stage Ms. Chantaline Carpentier, Head of Trade, Environment, Climate Change, and Sustainable Development for the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. Not easy to follow your act mouth. And I must say, I had the privilege in New York to support a resolution in the General Assembly on the protection of seafarers during COVID-19. So totally appreciate what you were talking about. We're with you. But let me move to what I'm here to talk to you about, which is shipping emissions that represent 2% of global greenhouse gases emissions. And they are on the rise, not heading in the right direction. As our Secretary General, Rebecca Greenspan, said, bold global action is necessary to decarbonize shipping. By the way, 80% of the traded goods are shipped on our seas. Recognizing that shipping cannot decarbonize on its own, we have enhanced collaboration among key stakeholders from within and outside the maritime transport sector is needed. So UNCTAD has partnered with IMO, the International Maritime Organization, has been mentioned several times, to bring together carriers, ports, manufacturers, shippers, investors, energy producers, and distributors to collectively help the industry decarbonize and ensure the process is just, fair, and equitable. Our policy brief issued in November highlights that uncertainty regarding the type of fuels and the availability of fuels in the future and the scope of the regulatory measures are delaying investment in the required low-carbon fuels and shipping fleet. So basically, as long as the fuel is not selected, the port authority are not going to invest, and the ship owners will not invest in new ships if they don't know actually the technology that will be selected. And these investments are huge. Decarbonizing the world's fleet by 2050 could cost $8 billion to $28 billion annually, and that doesn't count the needed finance for the carbon-neutral fuel infrastructure. In addition, the FT price could raise shipping costs, could cut out of our global economy up to $80 billion. While all economies feel the effect of higher shipping costs, the impact would be more pronounced for small island developing states and the least developed countries. These countries rely heavily on maritime transport, were heavily affected during the COVID, and are already burdened by higher shipping costs and have limited resources to cope with these price hikes. We are thus offering 4 policy recommendations to strike a balance between the economic, the environmental, and the regulatory concern. 1, establish a universal regulatory framework applicable to all ships, regardless of their flag of registration, country of ownership, or areas of operation, to avoid a two-speed decarbonization process and fragmented solution and exemption that distort the level playing field of shipping and trade. 2, implement regulation that help minimize uncertainty which currently hinders the investment decision of ship owners, shipyards, and ports. 3, encourage investors and financial institutions to substantially boost funds for research and development in clean fuel shipping technologies and infrastructures. And 4, introduce a levy on fuel or carbon price to make alternative fuels more competitive while generating funds that can help smaller and more vulnerable economies to achieve green and just low carbon transition. Now, I believe Joanna mentioned is that we need to transform the net zero transition into plans. So to help with the global consensus there that we embark on for this low carbon shipping and reduce uncertainty for investors, we just developed a partnership, embark on the partnership with IMO to further assess the potential impact of decarbonization of maritime shipping, logistics, and particularly in developing countries. What we're going to look at is basically what's the impact on trade, GDP, and consumer prices of this maritime greenhouse gas pricing mechanism currently under negotiation under the IMO. But we are also convening all stakeholders, including all of you, to join us at the inaugural Global Supply Chain co-organized with the Global Supply Chain Forum co-organized with Barbados government that will take place in Bridgetown, Barbados, 21st to 24th May 2024. The idea there is to co-create solutions to these multifaceted challenges, including increasing volatility of maritime freight rate and transport costs, financial uncertainty, energy transition, and concern around food security. By bringing together the stakeholders in the whole supply chain ecosystem, including the industry leaders, the policymakers, the practitioners from around the world to discuss and address these opportunities, we hope that we can address each node of this supply chain. We therefore invite you all to join us 21st to 24th of May in Barbados, Bridgetown. Thank you.
We now invite to the stage Ms. Jane Hoop, envoy of the ICAO Secretary General to the UNFCCC COP.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about international aviation measures to address CO2 emissions. Very briefly about ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organization. We are part of the UN, like IMO is for maritime, ICAO is for aviation. We have 193 member states, more or less the same constituency we have here in the UNFCCC. And if you have come to COP, and there's a big majority that did by plane, you just embark in more than 12,000 international standards that were put forward by ICAO on safety, security, and sustainability. So I'll talk about a little bit of our journey on sustainability, mainly on climate change. And I'm very pleased because we have very good announcements to make, mainly what happened 15 days ago here in that very, very glorious city of Dubai. So just 1 year ago, bear with me, we had our assembly, and in this assembly, we had a historical agreement. The agreement on the long-term aspirational goal of net zero 2050. This is very important as it takes the aviation sector aligned with the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. So international aviation is not part of most NDCs, and we have a big responsibility to complement all the achievements here in our sector in a responsible manner to achieve the net zero, which is, for all. To do that, within aviation, we have done enormous amount of studies and assessments. And we have come with what we call the long-term aspirational goal report. In that report, we have 3 scenarios, low, medium, and high, and we have looked into in-sector emissions measures, operations, technology, and cleaner fuels. It was, in all scenarios, very clear. Cleaner energy is the source that is going to deliver the most of the emissions reductions that we will need to reach net zero 2050. Because of that, this year we concentrated all our efforts in putting down the framework to really accelerate the clean energy transition of aviation. And just 15 days ago, here in the city of Dubai, we have a conference, the Conference on Aviation Alternative Fuels, where we had adopted that framework. So it's not that we have not been flying on sustainable aviation fuels. You will be surprised on all the sources of fuel we have been using in our tanks while flying. But we needed to accelerate big if we are to reach the goals that we have set. The framework has 4 parts: the ambition, the policies, the capacity building, and the financing. On the ambition, we have agreed on a 5% CO2 reduction by 2030, only coming from cleaner energies, sustainable aviation fuels, low carbon fuels, and other clean energies. That ambition is on CO2, but we'll need a lot of sustainable fuels because we have to take out the life cycle to get to that 5%. We could have more, it was a very hard agreement, but the assessments were up to the January this year. So we have in our website a tracker that takes into account all the things that are happening right now. One of them are the announcements. And just from January this year to the time we had the conference, we had more than 100 announcements. That is a lot. Most of them on SAF, and you have heard here in the previous panels all the efforts in the region to put clean energy forward, including sustainable aviation fuels. But you are going to look at me and say, Jane, it's announcements. Maybe they are not going to all realize. But with the framework now in place, the chances for those announcements becoming real projects are great. So that was on the ambitions. We are going to review them. We think we can be much more ambitious. 2028, we are going to do another conference to review. In the side of the policies, we have adopted the Corsia Sustainability Framework. We have a criteria. We are agnostic on feedstock, agnostic on processes. If you pass the criteria, you are a sustainable aviation fuels. Under our offset scheme, you can deduct commitments from the operators on that. And now we have said that the basis for the framework will also be the sustainability criteria. So it's feedstock agnostic. Depending on the circumstances of all states, and our goals are sectoral, it doesn't impose in any one of the states, we conjoint will reach it, and each state in their circumstances will choose the main policy, if it's an incentive, if it's a mandate, as a mix, the feedstock, as far as it passes the criteria, and the process, as far as it's an approved process through our certification schemes. And that was very important. So we have the ambition, we have the framework, we have the capacity building plan, because we have ACT-SAF, the Assistance Capacity Building and Training for Sustainable Aviation Fuels. And we have more than 140 participants, industry and states, academia and research. We do the training series, all publicly available. We do also something very important. We have put together the voluntary funding and the capacity to go and do feasibility studies in the different states. So one very important part of our framework is the call for the production to be held everywhere in the world. Right now, it's concentrated in Europe and North America. We need it everywhere if we want to get to the sustainability. So it was very pushy. Africa, Latin America, Asia, we need the projects, we need the facility, not only the feedstocks, but the facilities, the production. And that's what we are doing with that capacity building. We are doing feasibility studies there, and then we have other programs to then go from feasibility study to business cases, and then to bankability. And is the third leg of our process in the framework, which is the financing. In the LTAG report, it was clear we will need around 3.2 trillion only to put the production of clean energy on place by 2050, of course, cumulative. But we have to see the sources, we have to see the de-risking of these investments, because it's not equal everywhere in the globe. So we have launched the FinVest. It's an initiative that tries to link the projects with the financing sector. And we also agreed to do a study on the fund. So now, we talked to the financial sector, we talked to the producers before CAF, the conference, and they said, we need a framework, we need the certainty, we need the predictability. So our response now, you have it, we did it. So bring the money, we now want to do it. Thank you.
Last but not least, we invite Ambassador Alban Ishoda, Special Presidential Envoy for the Decarbonization of Maritime Shipping of the Republic of Marshall Islands.
What a task to close off this event. Yagoy, kamolo lanik, kaude yolep, kap clear royer purijin, chichudagyon. This is our usual salutation. And I wanted to say it in my language because I wanted to be closer to you. Not in a business language, but in a language where we can understand each other's facial expressions and hear each other's voices. What I basically said in my introduction was, hello, acknowledging the Almighty, giving recognition to members of the audience, and acknowledging the ancestral ground that I stand here today. I am quite privileged to be asked to speak in this event, representing a member country of one of the two transport UN bodies, the International Maritime Organization. And it's a bit unique representation because I come from the Marshall Islands. And for those of you who don't know, the Marshall Islands is one of only 4 coral islands or coral atoll countries in the world, completely made up of coral atolls. So that means climate change is a reality for us that we see. But it is also a country surrounded by sea, which means shipping is an important lifeline. And it is no wonder and it's no excuse why Marshallese people traditionally had one of the most sophisticated traditional navigation system in the world, established 2 millennia ago, reading the stars, feeling the swells, understanding the currents, and understanding just the environment to know exactly where you are. That was a long introduction. But in 2015, the Marshall Islands, prior to the Paris Agreement, showed up at the International Maritime Organization under the leadership of then the late Minister Tony de Broom, who basically brought a question to the forum in IMO at that time, MEPC meeting, and asked them to define a goal to start decarbonizing the international shipping sector. Now, he was met with confusion because many in the room, Joanna is laughing, because many in the room were wondering, how are we going to do that? And what is this country? Who is this minister telling us when we carry 80% of global trade? Our response back, what we got back in terms of response was, let's wait until what Paris says. So we made an extra effort to ensure that 1.5 was a target goal in Paris. 2018, I went back to IMO and I said, 1.5 guys, let's start the decarbonization process. And they said, well, yes, but it's going to take some time. So they did come up with the initial strategy, which was nothing close to what we needed to decarbonize the sector. 5 years later, this past summer, I was back in IMO to negotiate the revision of the initial strategy and pushed during the 11th hour to ensure that 1.5 was within reach to decarbonize the international shipping sector. Why? Because as someone said earlier, Joanna, shipping touches each and every one of us. The Republic of the Marshall Islands, together with Solomon Islands, has proposed a universal mandatory GHG levy for international shipping, which at the moment is being debated at the IMO. The purpose of this levy is to address price differentiation between business as usual and alternative technologies and fuels. The levy is to address two key components. One of them is to pay for the transition we need now. And the second is to pay to combat climate impacts from shipping's dirty past. Governments need to agree that what we needed is an equitable transition, one that leaves no one behind, and that recognizes the need for differentiation between countries. Governments need to show that they have a consensus around 1.5 aligned transition. This means, and I'm sorry to say this out loud, rejecting the concepts such as net zero or offsetting. How do you do that for international sectors? You can do that for countries, but how do you offset international sectors? IMO's failure to agree to the detail of its economic measure means we are now behind the fast-ticking climate clock. The entry price for the level must accordingly be scaled up, and RMI, the Marshall Islands, will now call for the levy to commence at 150 per ton per CO2 emissions, and to be operationalized no later than 2027. At the regional level, if the 1.5 agenda that the Pacific has fought hard and so long for at the UNFCCC and IMO is to be realized in the context of shipping, then it requires transition of our domestic shipping at unprecedented speed and scale, certainly beyond any investments made so far in the energy sector, and certainly many times the magnitude of current commitments. Our initiative to attempt to generate a real investment and transition program for our shipping is deep-rooted and comes from the near total inactivity in this space from our regional partners. For this reason, we included transportation decarbonization in the Marshall Islands commitment under the Medjero Declaration back in 2013, argued for it to be included in the Samoa pathway of the UN SIDS document, lobbied for it to be included in the Suva Declaration prior to Paris, and called for the Pacific to engage at diplomatic levels in the IMO on greenhouse gas emissions and have lobbied intensively at AOSIS, High Ambition Coalition, and the Climate Vulnerable Forums. We requested endorsement from the region of for our initiatives to develop a major GCF application. That was the catalyst for the Pacific Blue Shipping Partnership. And we were delighted when Fiji suggested expanding our concept to a $500 million investment call to support the country's active in high ambition space at IMO with the domestic side of the transition. We are a maritime nation. Shipping is our absolute lifeline. We must match step the global transition with actions at home if we are not to be left behind. To prepare for this, the Marshall Islands established in 2015 the world's first SITS-based Transport Research Center of Excellence, the Micronesia Center for Sustainable Transport, which is now well recognized and a known brand in the decarbonization space. Through the German-funded Low Carbon Sea Transport Project, there are now working proof of concept models for both intra and inter-atoll vessels, which demonstrates up to 80% emissions reductions. We are delighted that our newest low-carbon passenger cargo vessel will be launched in March next year in South Korea. And we have been working with private sector shippers to research low-carbon solutions for interregional trade. And we are working with international researchers on the next technologies such as wings in ground effect craft and foiling and electric vessels to determine their future applicability. And because we know that we will need a replacement for a diesel in the near future, we are now building a $5 million OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion, demonstration plant with South Korea partnered to see if this is a future source of energy to make our own next generation fuels. In the interim, we have continued to try to lead by example. RMI, the Marshall Islands, continues to direct the Micronesian Center for Sustainable Transport to work on supporting the Six-Pack Plus. Six-Pack Plus, I assure you, is not an alcoholic drink. It's 6 Pacific countries that have been working together collectively in the IMO. And our neighbors at home. And we are continuing to invest in building a world-class technical, legal, and economic research network to support that alliance. We have updated our NDC to include the highest possible ambition for shipping. We continue to invest heavily in training and career development, from opportunities for cadets, sailors, to research PhDs at international universities as we look to the next generation of leadership in this sector. So my closing remark is, if a small country like the Marshall Islands can do it, what's the excuse? Como dada. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Albon, for those very strong remarks. It's always good to hear the perspective of a nation such as RMI, given, of course, the importance of the maritime sector for the small island developing states. I also wanted to mention that we also use the stars for navigation historically, but because we travel at night because it's really hot. That's the only reason. But it's great to see that connection as well. And with that, I think this brings us back to the point that Hegazi made earlier in which frequently when we speak about transport, people frequently forget about aviation and maritime. These are the two sectors where their emissions exist outside of national borders. The action for those emissions, which account for 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, do not sit with any nation's nationally determined contributions. So we're very happy this year to actually see the IMO's revised greenhouse gas strategy to push forward those 2%, and as well as the outcomes of CAF3 that actually happened in Dubai 1 week before the start of COP28, to also advance decarbonization within the aviation sector. So it really is with all three of us working together, the UNFCCC process, ICAO, and the IMO, that we are able to ensure that we achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement and keep 1.5 alive. And with that, we've reached the end of our session. I thank you all for paying attention, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the COP. Thank you.